then. So, some of you may remember Granvir from one of the Next Fests we did. Sadly, this is still not the full version. This is, as far as I can tell, more or less an expanded version of the demo, as it is Zero Front, the prologue version of the game, essentially. It has just the Zero Front campaign. It shows you that there are multiple campaigns that will be out when the main game comes out, which according to Steam it said it was third quarter this year, so somewhere probably in like fall-ish somewhere, most likely. But we'll go ahead and start a fresh campaign so I can explain to you what I mean with that. Zero Front is the campaign right here. Millennium and Company forces have begun orbital assaults in 4 of the 6 independent sectors of Inheritance. Resistance Coalition forces have been stretched thin by the attacks and are fighting to secure the most valuable regions. The lone Resistance Ace and their support crew is all that stands against the Millennium Company in this region. Fight your way to the Groundbreaker Hub and organize a opportunity to evacuate. Planet Inheritance 1, location Independent Sector 3, year 2510, 25 post-inheritance, and of course, evacuate the Groundbreaker Hub. As you can see, there are going to be 3 other campaigns in the full version. We don't have that. We are not going to have access to that, like I said, till toward the end of this year somewhere. But, compared to the demo, we do have multiple pilot classes. The Resistance Ace, which is what was available in the demo. The Scavenger, who can pick up parts, scrap, and ammunition off of enemy Granvirs. The Mercenary, which gets its parts from a large starting loadout, and you can get extra credits that can be spent at special shops when you defeat enemies. The Engineer, which can reduce the cost of using the mechanic, and you can get special scavenge rewards. And then finally, the Hero. You get more supply pods, and the amount of stuff in them and the types of them can be modified to suit your needs. So far, in the little bit of playing of this version of the game I did, I really enjoyed the Scavenger just because you get so much random stuff just from defeating enemies. Pretty nifty. I am very interested in the Mercenary and what their shop entails. Let's do a run with the Scavenger first so you see why I enjoy it so much. As you can see, there is 3 difficulties: Extreme, Hard, and Normal. We're going to stay on Normal since I've not succeeded on Normal yet. The wonderful thing about this game is you get a selection of parts from your previous runs that you can take with you. In my particular case, I'm going to be grabbing my hauler legs and one of my muzzle breaker arms. Let's see, our choice of legs are 2 haulers and a wayfinder. We're gonna go ahead and grab one of the haulers. This is why I like the hauler, because it's a 4-legged model. 4-legged models are pretty fun. We either have a sumo or a bow-tie mule. The sumo is tougher. Same visibility range. There is more cargo capacity on the bow-tie though, so we'll take the bow-tie. We only have a twinkle, so we'll take that. Alright, you do by default start with muzzle breaker, so I didn't need to grab that one. The fancy thing about the muzzle breaker is it's an arm with an inbuilt autocannon. So, it's pretty handy. We'll take the pile bunker laborer arm, and we'll slap a side story in that hand? Nah, we'll take the pickaxe. I like to have a melee weapon in addition to my gun because if there's anything we learned from the demo, running out of ammo is a problem. So keeping a melee weapon on hand is important. Unless you're confident you can clear an area without running out of ammo. And besides, it'll be fun to go smack people with a pickaxe. Now, you have a certain amount of time anytime you're at a location. It's dictated as rest time, but you're going to be doing anything but resting for the most part during this time before you have to move on to the next location. So in our particular case right now, we have 9 hours. Modifying your Granvir is usually free, but there are times when you won't be able to do this without spending time to reach a mechanic. We could make our Granvir temporarily better. At the very least, I am going to paint it. Because why wouldn't I paint a machine? Let's go ahead and raise the metal all the way up. Turn him into a void. No. Where's red? I think that might be red. Yeah, that's red. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I can kind of dig that. I feel like that's similar to what I went for with the demo, too. That looks right. You're wondering, I'm trying to hit just like a exact shade of gray here, but I can't seem to quite land on it. So we'll make do with that. Because it's still kind of brownish, and that's why I'm like, I don't know about that. Obviously, these need to change as well. Oh no, those are gaps. I thought those... Yeah, because there's these bits in here. I thought since this color and the sand were similar, that they were all one thing. I don't actually know what this is affecting. It might not be something that's visible on this particular arrangement here. Because it's currently pink, and I don't see anything pink here. So that's interesting. Oh, actually, I think this is for, like, your back pieces and such. Which we currently don't have any back pieces. We'll put it to something like that. And that'll do. I'm not gonna spend a ton of time making adjustments. I just want myself to be recognizable. Yeah, you will need to repair your parts occasionally because damage does carry over from area to area unless you do that. If you go out here to the outskirts, you can just kind of disappear for a bit, keep this threat level down. The higher the threat level gets, it does start getting real spicy. You can also make your reputation with the groundbreakers better, which they'll give you stuff occasionally if you do that. You can scavenge for stuff, like the premium salvage here where you can pick an item that you want, but you have to spend X amount of time getting it. Right now, nothing too impressive in there, or you could just do 2 hours of scavenging and just get something random, which we don't have too much to do right now, so let's go ahead and do some random scavenging. Scrap metal, ESO1 buckler. I don't actually know what that is. That might actually just be a shield. And then we'll provide some aid to the groundbreakers as well, which gave me some scrap metal. Wonderful. No, it's not in any of those spots. Oh, wait, I need to transfer over the art. Yeah, it is a shield. Okay. It's a small shield. As you can see there. It's small by mech standards. It does kind of clip into the ground a little bit on our mech, so I think we're gonna leave that alone. Not that I was gonna use a shield to go with my gun anyway. If I was gonna use a shield, I would pair it with the pickaxe probably. Even though that would leave us bereft of a ranged option. As you can see, there are occasionally different things you can pick up in various areas. Like some of these have resistance caches and such in them. For now, let's just head on over to this forest here. Because it's not raining. I don't exactly like rain. You'll also notice they all have independent loot levels. So it's primarily just tier based. So a lot of your left-right choices aren't gonna be too affected by that. And here we go. Just gonna go stomping along looking for trouble. There's a cache over here we can pop open, so we'll immediately go loot that. I do have to be, as I mentioned, cautious with my ammo, because ammo carries over as well. So if you burn through all your ammo, you are going to have an issue in the future. Let's see, we got a Marshall, artillery strike designator, ballistic ammo, and replacement parts in here. Just give me all of these because we have space for it right now. As you can see, we have a decent amount of inventory. Oh, all that scrap metal ended up in here too. It's fine. We'll deal with it later. Yep, our first opponent. He's got a friend behind us based on the blast that happened. What did he draw? Ballistic ammo. We'll take that because we're going to need it. Because the muzzle breaker does use light ballistic. So we're going to need to keep hold of all light ballistic ammo we can get. We are out of inventory space already, though. We'll throw away the scrap metal because as much as it is nice to use it to repair, I need parts. So we're going to need to get stronger. Ideally quickly. Buckler. Means the first sign of needing inventory space, that's the first thing we'll throw away, because we don't need a duplicate. Yep, we got an artillery guy over there who wants me dead. We do have a slight dash, which is good against artillery. It's not the best. Blank, get back here. Die. I shall scrap ye with my pickaxe. Okay, doesn't... Oh, another friend. I do have to be careful how many of them I kill. Both because of ammo and because every kill raises our threat level. Because we are proving that we are more and more dangerous the longer we spend wiping their troops out, so... We don't want to get too greedy there. Wouldn't want to make too much of a splash, you know? We emptied this already, right? No, we did not. Veldine, Porter, ballistic ammo, replacement part. We'll snag this Porter and we'll leave everything else behind. Just not even gonna deal with you. I'm out of here. Best you'll be, you'll never catch me. I'm too fast. Ow. Your bullets are faster than I am. You know what? Fair point. I was gonna let him live so that I didn't raise my threat level further. Not to mention, I probably would have turned around if he had dropped a part. So it could have... We have no way of knowing if it's a part or not, really. And when we do well enough, we get resistance support rewards. In this case, they're offering us kind of a bunch of junk, if I'm honest, but better than nothing. We'll take the replacement part in case I need it. But as you can see, this is one of those situations where it'll actually take us a while to modify our Granvir. So depending on what I think these parts are good for, it may be worth swapping for them. Like that Marshall torso, for example. It doesn't have the inventory space that the one we have has, though, so I don't think I'll be toying with that. I don't know if we can fit the artillery strike designator in either, because it needs a special slot, and I don't think we have one. Our only weapon uses light ballistic, so I don't need the heavy ballistic. We don't have any other light ballistic in storage, though, so I'll need to keep that in mind. So yeah, I don't think any of these parts are going to be worth swapping for. I think what we'll do is we'll help out the ground breakers again. Gave us some ceramic plates. That's wonderful. You'll notice the day-night cycle does move along as you do this stuff, too, which is kind of nice. Ooh, a better reactor. That'll be compared to our Twinkle. actually, it's not that much better. It has 50 more heat capacity, but it's slower to cool. So I don't actually think that that's that much better. Groundskeeper, yeah. I don't actually know how to modify parts. I never did figure that out. I misclicked a little bit here. I, for some reason, thought clicking up here at Modify Granvir was going to take me to my mechanic options to double check if Modify Parts was here, but no. But thankfully, since we're already here at the mechanic, if I wanted to repair something, it wouldn't cost me extra time to do that. And since we've already made this mistake, let's double check all of the parts more directly. I mean, the porter legs are tier 2 instead of tier 1. They have less hull, more armor, higher top speed, a longer dash. It can sprint and jump. The road speed increases the same. But I guess we'll use these because they are faster and we do kind of need to start moving and grooving here a bit, so... Yeah, more hull, more armor. We lose the 2 cargo capacity. It is lighter, though, despite the fact that it's more durable. So the bow die is tier 2. I'll keep the bow die. Oh, we can mount the artillery strike designator. Sweet. Well, that helps a little bit. And we did pick up a brigand club. The pickaxe is the same damage, technically. But the brigand does deal additional hull damage and bypasses armor, so... we get a big ol' studded club for our mech instead of a pickaxe. So it was worth going and changing our parts out, even though that wasn't what I intended to do. There's a resistance cache in both places, so let's go where it's not raining again. I just don't like the rain. And I have yet to see it add anything in a meaningful way, so I just avoid it. Yeah, look at us go now. We are moving much faster, even though we're down in 2 legs. He's got a gun. Now he doesn't. I shot his gun arm off. Get clubbed. Oh, there's one of the villages we need to liberate over here, actually. We almost overshot our mark. Let's go ahead and get this place cleaned up, and then we'll move on across the bridge to go get all the other ones. The more of these secondary objectives we do, the better off we are, so... may as well do them. Besides, we can cut this guy down before he even knows what hit him. And there we go, village liberated. The one guy that was guarding it. But you know, if you don't have your own mech, it is kind of hard to get rid of a mech sometimes. Ooh, another part. I think them exploding hurts me, so I really do need to get away from them when I melee. That's the only real downside to it. Well, other than the fact that they can just keep backstepping away from me. As quick as I can keep up with them, they can keep away from me. I think they're using the same legs I am right now. Oh no, they're gonna get me. Surprise! Get clubbed! This guy, he's a brave boy who just runs up and starts punching me. There we go. Their whole hit squad got clubbed. You drop. Medium ballistic ammo, huh? Not something I particularly need, but if I pick up a weapon that needs it, it'll be good to have. More for fancy legs, and we'll take the bell tower gun. He's empty. Reserve. Oh god, we're getting chewed up. Gun's reloading though, so I can't do any better than this right now. Notice there are actual, like, human infantry on the field here, too, that are actually counting as blocking me from liberating this village. No need to burn ammo or anything on them, though. We can just step on them. Oh, they're upset now. They're throwing airstrikes at me. That's not great. That's going to make inventory management a little trickier, because it doesn't pause while you're doing inventory management. Gemini Axe. That sounds like fun. Let's throw these ceramic plates away. Grab that. It is a two-handed melee weapon, though, which is unfortunate. We don't currently have two hands, or I would see about swapping to it. I think you can swap things around on the go. A little bit, at least. Cheeky guy hiding under the building. I can't step on him there. He thought he was safe because he was under there. Did I open this one already? I did. Ow, my back. Ow, my back again. We may need to bail out of here before I can clear all these villages. We are kind of hurting. And it's not required to do all of them. Oh boy, gotta go. Yeah, I think with where the threat level's at now, I think we need to get out of here so we can get out alive. He was already broken. Especially when the next wave spawns in, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a substantial one. So there's no sense in risking more than we have to. Ooh, RVO-1 barrel bomb. Utilizes an arcing explosive shot, but needs heavy ballistic ammo. It is a side cannon, though, so we can use it. Okay, transfer the carried parts. There we go. The supernova has the same cooling rate, but twice the heat capacity. So we obviously want that. There's no reason for us not to. Okay, yeah, the Granhild was another pair of legs. It looked like legs, but I wasn't certain. Top speed's a bit lower. Much better protection. Still has medium dash, but doesn't have sprint. We'll just repair what I'm using, I think. Yeah, the Gale Wind is also heavy ballistic. Same with the bell tower. Now you might be wondering, why aren't these cannons being placed on your arm? That's because they literally just are cannon arms. They just slap right in there like that. Your arm is a cannon now. Or a grenade launcher in the case of the barrel bomb. The muzzle breaker, even though it's light ballistic instead of heavy, though, does do more damage, so I don't see a reason why we wouldn't just keep the muzzle breaker. Outside of there's a situation where where we run out of light ballistic. We would then switch to the heavy ballistic until we can get more light. Which I should check our inventory to make sure I have enough light to keep fighting. Oh yeah, we still got ammo. We're fine. We have enough replacement parts that we should definitely do some repairing. This is where the majority of the health is, so we'll fix that. But we do have enough replacement parts and enough time, so let's just fix up the whole mech. Just bear in mind, that was damage that built up over the last 2 areas we went to. So, it's kind of important to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, we can get a free resupply of ammo, so let's just snag all that. I thought I could grab all 3, and I grabbed the heavy because I'm a fool. That's fine. Yeah, we're out of time, so off we go. We are gonna have to deal with some rain. Which, as far as I can tell, rain doesn't do too much. It just mildly obscures your vision. Presumably it does the same to them. So it's not too bad. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch goes the humans. Don't really need a twinkle. We're already using a replacement for that already. Now you can just blast their arms off, as you saw me do before. You just gotta be kind of particular about doing so. Ooh. That sounds like a good weapon to have gotten. Based on what I did get to read. Oh yeah, there are also tanks. Or in this case, just armored vehicles. They're not really tanks in this specific case. Not that they're very heavily armored either. You know. Be what it be. And what they be is dead. Ooh, another yellow drop. I'll take a look at that in a second. Ooh, a sword. It's a 2-handed sword. Sad. I'm actually gonna grab the scrap metal out of that, though, because I have been abandoning a little too much of it. Now it's another supernova. Less exciting. Thankfully, their own artillery, I think, does hurt them. Can't dodge me forever. Though apparently that tree was taking all of the hits for him, so that's a thing. That's why you kept hearing all the loud pinging and such there. Is the club was pinging off of the apparently very metallic trees around here. I could have let him live, actually. He didn't have a weapon arm anymore. He would have had to have chased me down and punched me. Which he was gonna do. It would have taken him a while. Oh, what you gonna do? Bump into me aggressively? Oh, I do need to kill this one, though. Thank. Liberation completed. But boy, am I pushing that threat level up by doing this. You guys gave me some scrap, huh? That's not exciting. These 2 villages were attached to each other, though, so I had to get this one since I got the other one. Wouldn't do me much good if I didn't. Okay, their artillery is not accurate right now, so we're good on that front. Medium ballistics. It's the new gun, take medium ballistic. Oh, it's a torso with guns on it. I see. Take him out before he gets a shot off. Take his arm off so he's useless. These autocannon arm guys are really chewing us up. Sunflower. We need to get out of here, though. Little guys are here. Gotta go. We'll hit that cargo pod and then just run for our lives, I think. See if we can snag a last little bit of goodies. Well, fuck me then. Understrike is also a two-handed weapon. The hammer is a handheld firearm. We already have a supernova, so we don't need that. Can't afford to sit there and keep taking those hits to try to sift through that. I'm not managing to liberate all the villages like I would like to, but we're getting a decent amount of them. Ooh. Now it's a spread gun. Interesting. What kind of slots? Okay, the brawler has the same kind of slots as what we just picked up. 2 auxiliary cannons and 2 side ports. Let's actually grab better legs again, then. They're not faster, but they might be better overall. Because they got a lot more armor, and our legs are getting destroyed. Oh, it makes us taller, too. Neat. Yeah, transfer all carried parts. Oh, the sunflower's legs as well. That's even more armor, even less top speed, though. And it's continuous dash with the dentellis, so we'll keep those. Crossfire torso. Yeah, it sure does just have guns built into it. Doesn't have a head, which is a little weird, but you don't need a head when you got sensors, right? Right. We did lose our extra cargo capacity, which is unfortunate. And I'll have to figure out how to fire these guns, because it's gonna be another button. We still haven't found any new arms. We've only got laborers and muzzle breakers. So that is a point. Now that I have the auxiliary cannons, I could just use a two-handed sword and the aux cannons. So apparently it can be used in one hand. It says one hand strength right there. Look at that. And we do still have that pile bunker mounted in the arm here. How do I two-hand this? Ah, there we go. So I just need to put it in 2 hands after that. Okay. So we can either use this laser edge sword that apparently shoots off arcs of energy, or we can do the liquid explosive sword. Both these sound really nice. And of course there's also the Gemini axe, but there's no real reason to use the Gemini axe compared to the 2 swords. Which, that's a whole other thought, is we could just use both swords, but I don't know about that idea. Also, only one of them lists a one-hand strength, so I think we can't actually use the Bright Star in one hand. I'm not 100% sure about this idea in general, but it's funny. Okay, the crossfires also use light ballistic ammo. Okay, okay. Let's see. Okay, press 1 for cannon. Oh, and you can parry with the Dead Star, so that's helpful. Wait a minute. These are all on 1 right now. I don't think I want all of my auxiliary on 1. That sounds like a bad idea. Let's put our parry on right click. We'll have one cannon be on 1, the other cannon be on 2. I do like that this is all like freely rebindable. Also, we can kick with our fancy legs, so that's helpful. We've got quite a lot to work with here, just a matter of whether we'll be able to survive to use it. We did heal up pretty well by swapping parts as well, which is another reason to rotate your parts, is so that you get rid of damage. In fact, I don't think I need to worry about doing any repairs, which is good because we don't have any replacement parts to repair with anyway. So that would have been a problem. Oh, am I dropping frames? Or is Twitch just being weird? Twitch is just being weird. Okay, that's fine. Since we have the time, let's actually go ahead and lay low a little bit. Knock our threat level down so we stop getting bombarded the whole time we're trying to move around. Do I have anything that takes 1 hour to do? No. Oh, off we go then. Let's go up to loot level 425, even though it is raining here. No reason for us not to go to the highest loot level possible, right? Right. Oh, hey, we got friends. Oh, we're defending the settlement this time. Okay. This might not be a great idea for me to have a sword for. Then again, I do have this super dash I can do, though it cooks us to do that, so I gotta keep that in mind. Down, barrage, goodies. Totally not just getting distracted looting while they do all the work defending the village or anything. No, no, why would you ever think I'm doing a silly thing like that? Don't worry, guys, I'm totally paying attention to defending your village. Ooh. Oh, there they are. Neat. Face my mighty laser sword. You know, until I run out of heat to keep swinging this thing. It's a good thing I have a reactor with better heat capacity right now, huh? Otherwise it'd be a real problem to try to use this thing. Super Weapon Zero. You what, mate? It's got a lot of health, whatever it is, and I don't. Ow! Huh. I just took a look at him and he clobbered me and I exploded. On the bright side, we get to keep some of those parts. Hooray! Let's keep those legs because those were good legs. And let's keep that supernova core. Oh, back to this then. At least we didn't have to repaint the Granvir, so we got that going for us. We're just gonna try again. Probably don't need to worry about new legs anytime soon. Marshall wouldn't be the worst swap. Eh. We'll just gamble. Squall, scrap metal, metal plates, ultra polymer. Okay. There we go. Okay, the Squall uses heavy ballistic ammo. It's similar... Oh no, it's less damage, but it is faster firing. You know, we'll try this out for a little bit. Just make sure I have heavy ballistic ammo on me. Need to keep it loaded. Move all this over. We don't actually have any heavy ballistic ammo, so maybe we... we'll probably find some in the field, right? It's It's either that or we just whack somebody with a pickaxe until we solve our problems. It'll be okay. It's early on. What could possibly go wrong? And we learned, let's not go crazy reaching up to the top of the map until we're ready to fight a super weapon. So apparently they're just gonna sick that on me, regardless of threat level. Bing, 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 bing. Hesek we know is no good. There's some heavy ballistic ammo, perfect. I was focusing the mech with the melee and the vehicles with the gun because the vehicles are hard to hit with the melee. Okay, that's how the kick works. Hiya! I can't slide kick, as it turns out, so that's less exciting than I had hoped. Plank. It really is just satisfying planting a pickaxe firmly straight in the center of an enemy mech. I'm here. You can't outrun me. I have decent legs this time. Let's go check out that supply box. Teledyne, sumo, heavy ballistics. We don't have any... Wait. Why didn't it just put these in my inventory? Weird. I don't really want the other ones anyway. I was just confused why it didn't put the ammo in the inventory when I clicked it, since we had space. The world may never know. Giga legs, stinger. Oh, I see. It fills up the stack first, and then it puts it in the inventory. You have to click it more than once when it's an ammo type you're actually using. Okay, that makes sense. We are getting chewed up pretty good, though, because we don't have great armor right now. And I am kind of messing around. But we probably could get away with liberating this village over here, but it should only be, like, one guy. Also, I will say, even though I pressed 1 and 2 to fire the auxiliary cannons on our previous attempt there, they didn't fire. So I think I'm doing something wrong there. So we'll figure that out the next time we have weapons like that. Rover arm, swift strike reactor, side story. The cooling rate is nice, double the cooling rate, but that heat capacity is terrible. I don't really want any of those, so I'll just take the replacement parts, I guess. Giga legs. They're actually not as slow as I expected them to be. The Stinger does have one-handed strength, so we'll give this a shot. See how its electricity bursts just work out for us. And I did that because I was already gonna come over here and repair anyway. There we go. All of our vital statistics are back in good order. That did unfortunately burn like our entire day, but that's to be expected. Sounds like we might have a little bit of weather rolling in. So, you know, if at any point the stream suddenly ends, you know why. Looks like I can't charge this while one-handing it, which makes sense. It would be rather powerful if you could do that. It does appear to be doing its blocking animation while I'm shooting, so I think they are sharing an input right now. Ooh, the sword is pretty good with one hand, apparently. It's doing more damage than our pickaxe did. So I'll take what I can get on that one. Oh wow, they sent a lot to try to kill us here though, huh? They are unhappy. Just messing about, slicing, and games like, haha, die. Foolish man not paying attention to his surroundings. Speaking of not paying attention to my surroundings. Medium ballistic, I don't need. It seems like the blocking does somewhat work. As a friend. You can tell because he doesn't have a red circle under his feet. I may or may not have obliterated one of those on sight before. Because, you know, the classic, I see a mech that isn't me, it must die. Pretty confident if I tried to jump that gap, I would die. Because you can't combine the dash and the jump. I'd have to go pretty far out of my way for that village. I think that village can fend for itself. Placement heavy ballistic ammo, perfect. Oh god, I burnt my dash poorly. Cargo crate. As nice as that would be to have more storage capacity, it's not worth stopping for. What's in the box? Turtle arm. That is an arm we don't have. I'll get rid of this almost empty heavy ballistic stack. We already have a giga leg. Yep, okay. Let's get out of here. Good luck, people of whatever that village is. I'm sure you'll figure something out. And away we go. We may want to lay low soon, because we're going to get up to a nasty bit here. Ooh, medium cannon instead of a grasper. We could try out the medium cannon, though I did leave some medium ammo behind. I'll think about it. Legs are fine. Oh yeah, transfer all parts. Okay, the antlet. This is the lower tier version of the legs we're using. That could save us some time right now. By just switching which legs we're using. Yeah, they even look the same. So yeah, we'll just go down a tier till we can afford to take the moment to fix the other one. This core is damaged, but it will keep it. Oh, that's the wrong arm. Put the turtle arm on this side. The stinger in that hand. Got a big shoulder. Yeah, that actually comes together reasonably well. It's not the best it could look, but it's fine. Yeah, it's just a medium cannon. It does do more damage than the muzzle breakers and the squall. So, should work out pretty well. I'm pretty sure the cargo thing I left behind probably went in this aux port here. Which is why it was unfortunate to leave that behind. But it is what it is. I don't have a replacement part for the torso. Uh-oh. That's where all of our damage is right now. Okay. We can at least repair a good amount of our body, though, with the stuff we do have. Oh, I should have used the ultra polymer. Ah, there we go. Metal plates heal a lot of armor. There we go. So we're fine. Everything's fine. This is why you don't leave all of those things behind. Actually, put the medium ballistic in the torso, so it's easier to manage my inventory. Okay. Obviously, the Stinger's staying because the Stinger did pretty good. It's in the premium salvage right now. Meh. That would have been a good option to reach for if I couldn't scrape together something to repair my body with. May as well... I was gonna lay low, but we're actually only at threat 1. I thought I was gonna hit threat 2 on the way out. Thermic plates, and another squall. Slightly disappointing, but it's fine. Those did go into the inventory, though, so make sure to put those away. That's part of why we were having inventory issues sometimes. I forgot that they don't go to the depot, they go into my pocket. Alright. We can go up to... Oh, these are loot 425 this time. Interesting. We might run into a secret weapon here then and get bodied. We'll find out. I'm assuming those are for the end of the map. And I don't know if the end of the map's the end of the campaign. Hello, Kelton. Interesting. That is a thought. Okay, this does shoot slow enough that I'm not 100% sure I actually want to keep this swap, but we'll see how it goes. It does only have 6 shots as well. Step on all the soldiers. They knew what they signed up for, and if they didn't, they won't know it anymore anyway. Squish, squish, squish. Why can't I swing? There you go. Don't know why sometimes my sword don't sword. It's not... Oh no, it is using some heat. That's probably the problem then, is I didn't have heat left and didn't realize. A couple supply caches we can scoop up, and then we'll head to that village over there and just sweep across the villages. Or I'll just realize now that my health is in shambles, and maybe I'm gonna reconsider my life choices. I think we hit this cargo container and then we run for our lives, actually. Berserker plume, placement part, bell tower, ammo. Do I be greedy? When don't I? God, we cannot dash nearly as far with this leg set, though. Ooh, boy. am very worried. Come on. Farm boy, reserve. Give me the replacement part. We're getting out of here. Ooh, he did drop a green. What's the green? What is... Prime bar. I don't know what that is. We have a lot of heavy ballistic ammo. Give me that. I would assume it's something cold, but we'll see. Dash out of the radius event. I just need to just keep moving. As tempting as it would be to stop and get into a fight, I just need to get out of here before we die. That was a bad time to be reloading. We already have a stout sword. Well, we ended up saving that village by accident because I was passing right through it without realizing that's where I was pathing to, so good for this village. Get rid of my pursuers. I didn't mean to stop moving, but I bumped into a tree and didn't have time to adjust that while trying to actually hit them. We're almost out of here, though. Just gotta watch all angles, because if I get shot in the back now, it'd be real unfortunate. Get me out of here. Whoop. Almost dashed right into that, which would have been an embarrassing way to go. Now that we're at threat level 2, though, I definitely am gonna have to lay low a little bit. Alright. We actually made it out of that alive. Ooh, Brinwick. Heavy launcher capable of firing highly explosive rounds. Held in one hand, utilizes heavy ballistic ammunition. Tell me more. Ooh, this actually has back ports to it, though. 2 side ports, 2 back ports. We could do with a much better torso. We are gonna lose some ammo. I mean, some cargo capacity, rather. Who needs a head when you have a cannon for a head? Yes. Yes. I don't know what the damage on the head-mounted cannon is. Ooh. There we go. Berserker plume that'll handle some of our heat generation from our legs. Stout sword. That's designed to be used in one hand. We do lose the fancy electric sword that way. Actually, the Stinger, believe it or not, generates less electricity. I mean, generates less heat, so we'd obviously be better off keeping that one then. The Megaran does do a lot of damage. Just not 100% sure how I feel about it. We also do have that heavy launcher, but we would need a hand available for it. So if I put like the pile bunker labor arm here. Oh wait, no, I didn't take it because I took the body, right? Never mind. That doesn't matter then. We're gonna have quite a bit of repair work to do here though, so I might have to pick between repairing and laying low. Since the main thing that's damaged is my legs, I'm gonna swap back to the better legs and repair those instead. There we go. And we'll lay low and use our parts to repair any other damage that's left. We've got something going here. We've got potential. I don't think it's enough to fight a secret weapon still, but it's something. Apparently the firing I'm doing is its secondary attack? Interesting. Is there a middle mouse option? There is not. Put that on utility R then. I know that's our reload button. Actually, yeah, because it's our reload button, maybe I don't do that. Let's just get rid of the kick. Because the kick kind of sucked anyway. We'll just remove that ability entirely. There's a third move on this. Oh yeah, probably the overhead attack. So many buttons. Ah. I can't use the side of the mouse button options in case people are wondering, because I've got one of those weird MMO mice, so I have 12 buttons on the side, and I've never figured out which ones actually would interface with those two buttons. I'm pretty sure I'd have to use the software for the mouse to adjust that, and I didn't do it, so that won't help. Let's deploy and go over here. Let's avoid the groundbreaker hub for now. Oh wait, no, I can't go across. I have to go down and then over. That's fine. This way we can build up some more power. Yeah, it does say that it becomes more powerful as you travel. So going backwards would only help if you know for a fact it would help. Right now, I think it would. Oh right, we lowered the threat level. I was like, wait, why is it so quiet out here? Okay, the face cannon's pretty good. One shot took that guy right out. Plume is neat. I like the plume. I want to see about turning its colors around a little bit, if I can. Claymore, Nova. Skip that. Oh, hi. Poor life choice on your part, running up on the guy who has a sword. It is neat how sometimes they just kind of stand there after they die. Overarm. Guess we'll reload all our weapons while we have a second. Like, I am a little bit more confident we could take on the secret weapon with this cannon. I'm just worried about the armor issue. Because we got taken out in like one real good hit fighting Secret Weapon Zero. And I don't know why he was able to so easily just dismiss us. Were we badly injured before he showed up? I feel like we weren't. Rid of the Grover, I'd rather have the turtle. We have matching arms. if I decide to replace the gun arm, which I might. Depends on what weapons we find. Because we do kind of need a... Ooh, smokestack, huh? We have spare ammo. What's this? Fires a massive explosive shot. Ooh, it's a back cannon. Perfect. We have an open space on our back right now. I say, having just talked about the fact that I have too many buttons, now I'm just gonna add another button. Because that's what I need, right? More inputs to have to press? To be fair, it will be useful to have more options to defend myself, rather than just one weapon. Hey, things I passed up, thing I already grabbed, legs I probably don't need, though they are fast. Or another replacement part. Let's take the fast legs, because I might actually make use of those. Though we do have a pair of portal legs already, I think. No, we died with those. So yeah, now we have a pair of portal legs again. But then, Intelsis does only lose 200 top speed, though. I feel like they're just better. Which they're also a tier higher, so meh. Wow, I see why they call it the smokestack. That thing is a tall boy. It's a very silly looking thing. But you know what? I'll take it. If I put a turtle arm on, what can I do with that? I could use it for a side story. Though again, we have two internal cannons. I could just two-hand the sword, like we did before we died. Oh, right, the rhyme bar as well. It's a two-handed gun. Oh, it's this thing. A few of the enemies have used this against us already. Okay. How do I two-hand Stinger, though? That is something I'm trying to figure out. Hey, ABC. Maybe that's the tertiary thing? But then why wouldn't it... Because the other one went into two hands automatically. Okay, smokestack's on 2. That's fine. Not entirely sure how this works, but you know what? We'll go with it. See if I can put this sword into my other hand. Figure out how all that works. We don't need to lay low right now. Anything cool in premium salvage? Heatsink wouldn't be bad, actually. Actually, no, it would be kind of meh. Exactly what it says on screen in 2 places, Granvir. It's a mech game. I have the on-screen... Oh, no. Does it say it in 2 places anymore? There's really not much else to add. You walk around with big stompy mechs, stab things that you don't like, and move on. That's basically all there is to it. But we're here aiding a rebellion. Yeah, there's nothing complicated. We'll go ahead and scavenge. Relin, I don't know what that is. And scrap metal. Sounds good. Let's see. Is that yeah, that was just an arm, I guess. Relin. Oh, that's neat looking. It's got like a jaw on it. I can just bite people with my hand. Damage output 506. Neat. It does have a high heat cost though. But if I hold the button, I can just clamp the jaw on people. I think I need to learn about that. I think I need to test that. So we'll put a pistol in our sword hand for now. So we just have 3 guns and a mouth hand. Just nyang, 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 nyang. Off we go. We're still on relatively low threat levels, so we should be fine toying around with this. If not, we die, we try again. Wow, the pistol's actually not half bad. And I'm gonna need the pistol against these guys because none of our other weapons are particularly viable for an army of small targets, other than the big cannon, which it seems kind of excessive to fire a big cannon at these little things. I would ordinarily melee them, but the melee doesn't reach. Now, get over here. Wow, okay. Munchie arm just rips right through guys, apparently. Good to know. Give him the munchie punchy and he's just done for. Oh, we got places to be, people to kill, and more stuff to steal. Let's get it done. It's hard to believe that this just mouth arm is more effective than a sword that emits lightning. You just punch them right in the face with it and just over for them immediately. Come here, you. Ow. Really gotta stop walking through their explosions, though. It's not the greatest idea I've ever had. Oh, it's the tiny army again. Oh no. None out of that one. Yes, yes. Oh boy. This guy's got roller skates. I want roller skates. Goddamn mechs with roller skates out here. What? You know how I said the threat level is kind of low here? Yeah. Starting to regret that sentence a little bit. I might be a little upset about all the things I've blown up. That's not where that shot was supposed to go. Fire the face cannon. There it goes. Okay, everything's fine. We have everything under control. Mostly. Possibly. We really did luck out in getting this tier 4 chest piece that has this cannon built into it. Considering, you know, it does 1,200 damage, which is a lot more than anything else we own has ever done. Letting me just one-shot enemies sometimes. Just gotta be careful never to run out of ammo for it. Phoenix? Sounds useful. Sir? Sir, cease. Cease your nonsense. I am taking your stuff. Actually, that was all I wanted, really. Reload my ammo a bit. Here we go. Onward and upward. Hello, gentlemen. Perish. That ain't overkill, I don't know what is, firing this heavy cannon at the individual human soldiers. EX-01 sawmill. We already have had a squall, so let's grab the sawmill. Did do. Old firearm platform with high stopping power, little explosive yield. Sure, we'll give that a spin potentially. Congratulations, you've been liberated through extreme violence. Oh my god. Speaking of extreme violence, that is a lot of little mechs. See, I was calling them the tiny army before. This is a lot worse. Good god, why? They know how to defeat me. It's sending 1,000 little robots after me. I can't kill them all efficiently. Anything cool in here? Ooh, that looks neat. Get rid of that, sure. Gotta go. We are leaving before the miniature force destroys me. They're in that direction somewhere. Fire parting shot off in their direction. Starling, barrel bomb, replacement part. Ooh, dash heat generation minus 25. So I think that would mean we can actually dash for free? Because right now our dash costs 25. But we would lose our inbuilt gun and our back slots. So I can't make that swap, but I would be so curious to know if that worked. Alright, let's have a look at what we picked up then, shall we? Oh, right, yeah, the same problem with the Phoenix, though. Because the Phoenix is a center piece as well. Now, wait a minute. Slightly extends visibility range. Has the same visibility range as every torso we've picked up. So, about that. Phoenix can be modified with up to 2 backports, but this version of it doesn't have it. The Dissect does have 400 heat capacity, but slower cooling. I think that'll be okay. We'll try it out. Didn't get any cool new arms. Still no module parts, unfortunately. We did get a new Thunderstrike. If I wanted to go back to that, but now that I've got Munchie Arm, I don't know if I'd want to go back to the idea of a two-handed weapon when I can just reach out and chomp somebody. It is unfortunate that we didn't get a new one-handed gun, though. I definitely need to do repairs. Get basically all of our health back. We do have enough time to do a little bit more. We need... Do we need medium ammo? Yeah, we don't have any spare medium ammo, so we'll take our free supply of medium ammo. Can't hurt to get it, you know? And then we will go ahead and go to the scrapyard. None of those are relevant. Scavenge. Scrap metal. Sad. Oh. I would really like to get a better one-handed sidearm before I go out there. And I guess I could just replace the arm with one of the gun arms instead of keeping the turtle and the pistol. And the turtle is damaged anyway. So our McGarren is also damaged. It would have to be one of the muzzle breakers. Or the upgraded Squall. Actually, yeah, the tier 2 Squall is actually pretty good. So sure, we'll go with that. What a goofy looking thing this is. Like, instead of having a mouth where the mouth belongs, the mouth's on the arm. There's a cannon for a face. It's got a single plume on one side and a giant cannon on the other, and then its other arm is just a machine gun. What a thing we've built here. You know what, let's try it. Let's try fighting the big thing. Worst case, I'll probably take, like, the Munchie arm with me or something. In the cannon body. I just don't know if I actually want to range out this time as much. I think I'll grab one of these containers and then go back. Oh, that's gonna suck in a second. And then, ow. Actually, that doesn't hurt that much. This way we can keep track of our allies a bit better this time. And hopefully they'll be able to bait the big guy for us. Or they'll just get shredded in the first sign of conflict with the regular enemies. Yeah, this Squall is a lot more effective compared to the other one. Wow. They are a lot more effective than they have been, though. There's part of the problem. There's a pile of them. Man, they really expect you to be powerful by this point, huh? Super Weapon Zero is on the field, but where? There it is. Wow, 1,200 did, like, nothing to him, huh? Hey, you're up. Yep. We got mechs, and that mech right there, that thing's terrifying. It's gonna crush me in one hit if it lands a hit on me. We're doing a number on him now, though. Now that I've been able to actually scrap with him a bit instead of just getting clobbered once. Nope. My good shot went into the air. Come on. He took my arm off, but I took him down. We did it. And that's one win for us. Super Weapon Zero parts added to next carryover selection. Now, this being only a prologue version, as you can see, it is kind of short. 2 attempts and it took us about an hour and a half to get through. But we'll obviously play again because I want to play with those fancy parts. So the Iron Rose is like a... Oh! It's kind of like a spear, and it's got a pile bunker built into it. Yikes. The torso has a prehensile tail? Interesting. Problem is, I can only... Oh yeah, save parts will appear in future selections. Okay, so let's save all of the really fancy parts. Understandable. Sorry to hear about the nail break. So we're gonna keep our fancy munch arm. We'll save all of the... Oh, I see. I fucked up. I did not mean to click that. Well, we've got one of the other parts. You know what? Sure, we'll be a tractor this time. So we got our Grelin. And what was the other thing I clicked on? I thought I clicked on one of the fancy parts, but apparently I didn't get it. So, this is awkward. This is what we're working with this time, I guess. Huh. Oh, I clicked on the Iron Rose. God damn it, the one thing I didn't really want. Is as neat as it is, I've yet to really work with a two-handed weapon and be happy with it in this game. Well, that's a shame. There's a tier 2 side story here, which could be handy. I think we'll just do some regular salvage and hope for the best. As we are consistently disappointed. So you know what? Actually, since we screwed up, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna actually abandon. And we're gonna start a fresh campaign so we can see how one of the other pilot types plays, because I wanted to look at the mercenary. And we get a selection of the parts again anyway. Oh, it actually gave me duplicates, which is a little weird. Oh, maybe that's what the saving meant, is I saved those parts for this future selection. Okay. So let's save those. We can at least fix the mistake I made. Don't really need the Iron Rose. I don't know if taking the part will mean it won't appear in the selection, but I'm gonna risk that. Let's take our torso back, and we'll take one of the sets of fancy legs. Oh wow, that's what it means by a large starting loadout. You can actually pick quite a lot of stuff. Well, we have good legs, and we have... Oh, god damn it. This has the roller skates, though. Obviously, I'm gonna take a copy of the roller skates just to see how they work. Let's see. Strike, Hessek. We'll take the Hessek. Ooh, a combat knife. Spear, two-handed gun. Can actually get radar for once. The Grover has a higher strength rating, so we'll take the Grovers. Here's as our arms. I don't really need these body parts that much, because we have the fancy body, but I'll take one of those anyway. We'll take a Bryn Mark. Take that side story, and we'll take the medium ballistic ammo. Alright, so now we can actually do some stuff here. Obviously, we're taking our fancy legs. What's the gun on the Grenheiser? Because it says it has a mounted gun. I don't see a spot for a mounted gun anywhere on it, though. Hessek, Grover, Bryn Mark, side story. Oh yeah, since I didn't take the fancy Munchie arm I don't actually have Yikes. I got 3 guns. Where's the third one? In my face. What a style we have going on right now. We have 20,000 credits. Apparently I can even go into debt, so that's fun. Very realistic video game. Ooh. So there's ritual knives I could get. Or a woodsman's axe. I clearly... Oh, Jesus, never mind. I was gonna say, I clearly need to buy some ammo, but ammo is very expensive. Holy hell. I'd rather just not have ammo right now. I will take a cargo pack. Because I think I have back modules. I do. This way we can carry more goodies. Really don't have... I really don't have any ammo. Also, I just realized I had said I was going to use the skates, so we're going to use the skates at least once. Oh, this is even more of a look now. I absolutely should be using the Prowler, but these skates are actually faster. Which is just comedy to me. Metal plates, stock metals, and scrap metal. Sad. Oh, off we go. Time to go kick some ass. That's friendly. Oh wow, 3,000 credits per kill. You know what? I'm starting to understand why our prices are so wacky looking. It's because you actually get a lot of money per kill. Probably should have experimented with a higher difficulty while I was at it, but too late for that idea now. So this game is pretty rough to begin with, so I don't think I needed to make it more dangerous for myself. My own actions are dangerous enough to me. Yeah, we have 50,000 credits already, so credit generation is not too big a problem as it turns out. Which it now makes sense why everything is expensive. We could get a new turtle arm, and we'll get more replacement parts. There we go. These skates aren't as fun as I thought they were gonna be. I thought I was gonna have like a booster on them that would allow me to skate around faster than this. This is a little too regular a speed. Oh, I think I'm out of heavy ammo. Like, entirely. Uh-oh. Oh. I would love to stay in chat, little guys, but I got places to be. Goodbye. Gotta go. Got places to be, otherwise known as anywhere but here. SB-01 short sword. That generates a lot of heat. But you know what? We'll take it, because I need something that doesn't rely on ammo. Right now, everything we have relies on ammo, and I don't have enough of it. We'll go ahead and go back to the Prowler legs. I could go comedy mode and just go with the tractor. Just genuinely be a tank. Turtle does only have strength rating 1, while the Grover does still have strength rating 2. And I assume strength rating matters. Yeah, that's totally just a short sword. Then again, I suppose compared to the really big swords we saw before, this is a short sword. It's all relative and all that. We did not get as much as I'd hoped for parts-wise out of this one. So it's off to the market to see if we can get anything good. Gulak, Ritual. We could get our smokestack back. Laborer arm. Ooh, the honeycomb. The honeycomb's a fun weapon that I found in testing. It's a club that's electrified. It's basically just a zap mace. You just whack people and it explodes them. Very fun. I'm not explaining it well, but it's fun. Don't know what the back holster would be for. Like, I presume it would be for holding other weapons, but do you, like, actively switch between them? How does that work? I attempted to buy one. You know what, sure. It does cost us time to buy these things, which is kind of annoying. But it makes sense, because otherwise this would be way more powerful than the other options. And that wouldn't be fair. Let's go ahead and grab us a cooling block as well. Of course, now I can't buy ammo, so that was silly of me, but it's fine. I've also completely neglected repairing, which could come back to haunt me as well. Oh, okay, so yeah, I can just mount the pistol up there. And I presume I can then swap between the pistol and the sword. Ignoring the fact that it's on the wrong side. In fact, I think I'm gonna swap that. I don't know if it even matters mechanically, but it's gonna bug me. So I'm going to fix that. Because it would make more sense to reach back rather than reaching back and across to try to get it what you need. Ignoring the fact that I don't know where you're going to put the sword while you pull the pistol out of the holster. That's a whole other situation. Okay, holster swap is 4. Alright. Yeah, the Prowler does have a kick, but we're not going to use that. It doesn't... Looks like the Prowler actually has a dash, so it's just reasonably quick legs. That's unfortunate. Oh no, there's the dash up there. This is just a very weird sequencing. So we still have the ammo problem, so we'll have to hope that we find some ammo quickly. Because right now, most of our weaponry is offline, because we have no ammo for it. We'll just be stabbing our way to victory until I find some heavy ammo. The alternative would have been to swap out the gun arm for a regular arm and put the knife in that arm. But I'm curious how, one, this sword works, and two, how the holster works. This pounce is actually pretty good. As we just kind of hop around the battlefield. And thanks to the cooling block, we can actually kind of get away with that a bit better. It helps that we've got a whole squad of mechs with us, even though they're very inattentive to what's happening. Really could use ammo right about now, boys. You could have given me ammo instead of ceramic plates. But it's fine, I guess. Nope, don't want to be there. Just frolicking along, me and my knife. Do 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 do. Shank 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 goes the knife into you. Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't know why I tried taking cover against the non-light of sight weapon having mech here. Because that clearly was going to work out great. Okay, the swap is actually reasonably quick. Good to know. Oh boy. I think they're upset. They're upset at me frolicking around, stabbing their boys. Joke's on them. That's how you get stabbed. Oh. Gotta go. Please have heavy ammo. Light ammo, huh? And a long sword. Wonderful. All of the things I don't need right now. Metal plates I also don't need. There's an army of tiny things coming to kill me. While I can't fight them because I don't have a gun that works. Well, no, I can use the pistol, but the pistol would not be very effective. As we've seen before, it doesn't do a lot of damage to them. You brought a gun to a knife fight, fool. Okay. Right side, lots of credits. Downside, no way we can make use of them right now. Son of a bitch. Stop artillery striking my position while I'm trying to loot. Heavy ammo. Okay, we're in business. I have to wait for it to reload, but we're in business once it reloads. We're up to... Ooh, yes. Use this to repair the hull. Oh, we have to stand still while it repairs, but that's fine. We're no longer in immediate danger, so we take those. Get dunked on. Now that I can use this thing. Ooh. Oh, it's a... Okay, sure. For some reason, I expected something labeled minecart to be a leg piece, not a torso. La 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 la, running away from the scene of my crimes. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Liberated. Good luck. You guys get to deal with the robot infestation yourselves. I gotta go. I got places to be, people to shoot. I got rid of the big robot. It's up to them to get rid of the little ones. Clamshell shield, gyroscopic stabilizer. Another longsword. We have one of those, so let's grab the stabilizer. I probably should just replace the arm that's using the Bryn mark right now. But I can just buy more heavy ammo. Unless we find something cool in here that doesn't need it. The dagger uses medium ballistic ammo. I could just go dual pistoling. Or pistol and sword. Now, the longsword does have one-handed strength, but we'd be going back to what we were doing before. Ooh, you can one-hand the resort, though. Hang on. Potential, potential. Oh, I understand what the one-handed strength thing now means now. I don't know why I didn't figure this out sooner. That's the arm strength requirement to be able to one-hand it. It's not a limiter of how strong the weapon is in one hand. It is a factor of what can use it in one hand. So we don't have something with strength 3. We only have something with strength 1 and strength 2. So we can't actually do that. I also need to remember that I'll need to spend 5 hours to be able to modify the mech as well. And we're gonna need to spend some time repairing. Let's take stock of what we have, and then we'll figure out from there, then. Prowler's damaged, but that's fine. We can fix that. Renweller's actually doing okay. We can also bypass some of the repair needs by using scrap metal. Yeah, if I use the Grover arm, I at least have strength 2 on that arm. Yeah, we only have the long sword. Which I may as well replace the short sword with that. Is it generates less heat and hits harder? It's less speed, but more reach. So that's fine. Side story can stay back there. So I could just replace the empty hand of the Grover with the side story. E-pistol. That is an option. But I do like the idea of getting us a new gun. And for the other hand. After all, I have all these credits. I should use them for something. So let's get us a dagger pistol for the other hand. See how that plays. Look at this thing. Giant pistol. Oh, do I not have enough medium ballistic ammo either, though? Sure don't, so I'll need to buy some of that as well. We'll keep the field center on us. Put everything else away. So I think what I might do is spend the rest of my time, since I can repair my armor and body up just fine with all of our spare parts we have laying around. Yeah, Yeah, we repaired up decently. Oh yeah, we can replace the Hesek with the Supernova. This is just better across the board, so we'll be able to be more mobile. Yeah, we have enough time that we can buy a batch of heavy and a batch of medium ballistic. And that'll sort out all of our ammo needs. Sweet. Like I said, keep the field center with us. In fact, let's put the ammo into the cargo pack. This way we have more room in the actual cargo hold. All right. This is looking okay. We're looking viable here. No, I like the cooling rate. I forgot that we already had a cooling block. So it was a waste to get the stabilizer. What a weird looking setup we've got going. I know I keep saying that, but we keep ending up with weird setups, so it's just gonna keep being a thing. We are gonna end up in real high threat levels here, though, because I didn't lay low at all. But that's part of the thing, is we're learning how all the mechanics work, so we have to learn what the mechanic of really high danger looks like. Okay, so this is a heavier pistol. $200's pretty good. Yeehaw. I'm the biggest robot gunslinger you ever did see. What's in the box? Ooh, DX1 Inferno. It just spits molten slag at things. Okay, sure. I'm in. Actually... oh yeah, you straight up can just swap on the fly. This is an infinite ammo weapon. I'm assuming, yeah, it has no range. Oh boy, when you get in range with it though, it'll really ruin somebody's whole day. Let's get our dagger back. Okay, so weapon swapping wise, it's actually completely viable to just swap weapons before you go to extraction then, as long as you're quick enough. Crusader arm? Sure. Grab the ammo, leave everything else behind. So I can also just slap a new weapon in my holster, for example. If I find a new melee weapon I would rather use instead of the longsword. Green thing? It's a thunderbolt. You may think I'm out of guns, but I got a face gun. Kept that under my hat just for you. It's getting a bit spicy now that I'm letting that threat level go up. Starting to see new enemy types too, like the four-leggers. Ooh, yellow item. What's... oh, it's another cooling block. Don't need it. Though, actually, I can get away with using the field center and pick it up. We do still have 2 more villages to liberate, and now that I healed up a bit, I am comfortable going for them. I really should be using those field items a lot more often. It's a shame I can't use, like, the scrap metal and such in the field. Because then I would be leaving a lot less of it behind. But it also makes sense because it'd be rather silly. Okay, I can pause to do controls here. Because what I was realizing is both my pistols aren't on the same reload, and I can just put them on the same reload. This way I can reload both of them at once. Get stepped on, human nerds. Don't need to waste my ammo on you. You do negligible damage. Another supernova. I have one of those already, so that's fine. Alright, we've liberated everybody. Time to get the hell out of here. Boingy, boingy, boingy. Yeah, we can just hop around, like, pretty freely thanks to all of our coolant adjustments. It's pretty cool. Gives us surprising amounts of mobility. It's very silly, janky mobility, but let's be real, that's half the fun. Star Splitter Axe. The Perforator. And again, the Perforator is two-handed as well. Both these are goddamn two-handed. The Welter... Ooh, has tracked feet. Interesting. I'm gonna grab those for the next time the legs we have are damaged. Might be worth our while to be able to swap at that point. Yeah, speaking of, actually, the Prowler legs are beat up right now, so it might be a good idea to swap those. These actually have a higher top speed, though we do have a higher heat usage jump and a higher heat usage dash. The Welter does have higher road speeds, though, because it's got tracks for feet. Side ports, 2 back ports, 1 cargo capacity. Other than not having the super gun, this is actually better, even though it's a tier 1. Because we keep all our ports, but it has better defenses. It is a little sad losing our face gun, but we have been kind of leaning on that. So it'll be nice not to keep relying on that anymore for a little while. It's in the part market. Thunderstrike. Ooh, the Slug. Massive handheld firearm that can only be held in one hand by stronger armatures. Utilizes medium ballistic ammunition. Well, we do have something with 2 strength, so we could use that. Better quadruped legs. Targeting computer. Ooh, the Barbarian has strength 3. We want that. So I think I'll buy that and probably a Slug? That's like all of our credits, and it is absolutely all of our time. Now we've got a better gun. We'll replace the side story with the Slug. Oh man, that's a pistol right there. Look at that. I thought the dagger pistol was big, but look at this. Look at the 2 compared side by side here. That is ridiculous. I love it. You think that's a gun? No, that's a gun. And we'll replace the arm. Oh, that's the wrong arm. We'll replace the arm that's holding that with the Barbarian arm. It doesn't need it because this only needed strength 2. But I figure it makes more sense to have the highest strength arm holding the biggest gun. It's a shame we didn't see any of those guns that needed a lot of strength to hold in one hand, while we had the option of a strength 3 arm, but it's fine. We sure just have a whole thing going on again. Oh yeah, I didn't even transfer over all the parts, so we actually still have a few other parts left to sift through here. Yeah, because we have the Crusader arm, which that's better armor. So I could put that on the dagger side, because that doesn't need any strength. Looks a little silly, but right now some better armor might be the call. And we'll of course upgrade to the tier 3 cooling block, which is why I didn't buy the other one, is I have this one. I totally remembered that. Oh, speaking of something that needs strength 3. So hang on, I need to rearrange again then. Put the Grover back on this side. The dagger gets replaced with the slug. Look at this thing. Handheld firearm designed to blast through rocky surfaces and clear landslides. One problem we might run into is all of this is using medium ballistic ammo. But that's also why we have a sword as a backup. When we start running low on medium ballistic, we just whip out the sword and start chopping people up. What a whole vibe we've got going on now. I don't suppose I have more medium ballistic. Of course I don't. I have... Oh no, I do have some medium ballistic right there. Just drop that in the minecart slot, so it's easy to keep track of. We have a lot of cargo space now. We've got our normal cargo hold, an extra slot in the minecart, and then the cargo pack space. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. We are in horrific danger, though, because we are going up to a really high threat level. But that's part of the fun. Yeah, I know, I'm going backwards, it's fine. Oh, we got guys with swords showing up now. So far, both these guns are pretty good. You know, they're not remarkable, but they're solid. Oh, that's a village liberated. Just 2 shots and suddenly they're free. Quarter legs. Well, I shouldn't even be bothering to pick those up, probably, but I did it. It's amazing how much more efficient it is to just shoot things than it is to try to run up into melee, huh? Funny how that works. So, you know, you don't have to worry about ammo in melee, so there's that. Let's go back this way, because where I was headed was the exit, and I don't want to leave yet. We got stuff to take. Oh, it's pointing the item here out to me. That's a Nova. We already have a Supernova, though. Oh, boy. Oh, thank you. Do not wish to explode. That's for other people to do right about now. Reload my gun before I get into a fight with no bullets. Feels so weird just sliding around like this. Tier 2 side story. Reload all my weapon spaces. Nice, nice. Theoretically, you could stay out on map indefinitely, and I presume it will just keep escalating while you're there. Oh, hey, the resort. The thing I wanted to buy. Convenient that we just happened to find one. Problem is, I now have 2 weapons that need 3 strength, and only 1 arm that has 3 strength. So I'll have to pick between the 2. But I suppose for now, let's try swapping the Thunderbolt out for the resort and see how it plays. Or not. Utilizes medium ballistic ammo. Oh, did it just not load it? It just didn't load it, I guess. Wait, what the fuck? I'm so confused right now. Oh. Why is... Things are being weird. It's not loading the gun for some reason. Well, we'll figure that out in a minute. Actually? No. Banded? Sure. Actually, we'll take both of those in case I need to replace the torso at any point. Because the torso is the most important part after all, so... I don't know why it won't... Oh, I see. There we go, now it's loaded. It's just a little bit funky to do that all manually. So it just took me a second to figure out. Because when I dragged the ammo onto a gun before, it worked. So I was surprised when it didn't work the second time. And I just had ammo in the hand. Just like, huh, that's not where that's supposed to be. It's not half bad. I do think I might prefer the Thunderbolt, because it's a heavier shot. If I could move just a bit faster, I would, like, power slide onto these guys for fun. What we got? Wayfinder? No, thank you. I'm starting to recognize these items, and that's making this a lot faster, because I can just go, nah, I don't want that, and leave it behind. Oh, you may notice that there's now a throne link popping up. That's because I'm trying to gather funding for a graphics card replacement, since we have been having those issues. Like, obviously, it's not an immediate requirement, but I figure if anybody's willing to chuck some money towards that to make it easier for me to reach that, that would be ideal. I'm not asking for people to buy it straight up. I'm just looking for people to add some funding towards it, and then I'll probably finish it off myself in the future. Because with a bit of luck, that'll get rid of all that instability we've been having. I can't, unfortunately, guarantee that'll remove the instability completely, but it should mitigate it at the very least. Because The more I dig into this, the more I'm realizing I may have bought a bit of a stinker as far as this particular card I'm using goes. Numbers-wise, it looked great, but apparently the more I look into it, which this is information I missed when I'd made the purchase before, it's got stability issues in general. So that's kind of on me to begin with, for not having dug in far enough. But at the same time, I don't know if that information was available when I was initially looking into this card. Okay, the Grendel is also a 2-strength hand. Good to know, good to know. Yeah, Thunderbolt 672, Resort 630. So it's pretty close to the same damage output. Less ammo efficiency, higher... No, it's actually a lower fire rate, surprisingly. Felt like it was shooting faster, but what do I know? I do appreciate that it'll automatically unload a gun that isn't in a usable spot. That is convenient. Thankfully, I can offload that without going to the modify screen. The question becomes, do I want to actually modify anything? Wait a minute. That means you can actually swap weapons without needing to go to modify. Because I just did that. Interesting. Very interesting. We do have shoulder slots. I could get rid of the shoulder holster and like replace it with the Belladine in dual cannon. I want to keep changing things up so we try different parts. I could get rid of the cargo container too, but I like having lots of cargo space. Let's see if there's anything cool on the market. There's a second Thunderbolt, so I could just dual wield Thunderbolts. We could get like a super radar, but why would I use that when I can just run around like a crazy person because I have all that cooling? That's just a worse version of the one we're using. Yeah, there's no real reason for me to be buying anything in here. This all is just kind of mid. It's a shame that we don't have a reroll option in there. Let's go ahead and get our free ammo replacement, though, so we can get some more ammo for free. Let's actually go to the modify screen. All parts are already available. We could also try out the barrage rockets, both of which use heavy ballistic ammo. No, I like the idea of the Belladine more. Though that sure is a way they mounted the cannon there, with the diagonal mounting. I would have expected them to have been mounted side by side or stacked on top of each other, not diagonally. That's a new one. Or at the very least, if it was gonna be stacked diagonally, you'd think it'd be stacked towards the center instead of outward. Seems a little weird, but you know what? If it works, it works. I ain't gonna argue with it. I assume the bit in between at the top here is probably where the ammo feeds across, because this is clearly a support brace. So, feeding the ammo from one gun to the other is a choice. Not sure if it's a good choice, but it sure is a choice. We still don't have another arm with strength 3. If we had a second strength 3 arm, I would go Resort and Thunderbolt. Speaking of, I should actually swap sides. It's more than like, well, no, because I do want the longsword on the slug side. Because having it on the slug side means it'll work out better because the slug has less ammo efficiency, so it'll run out of ammo first out of the options. So we need to do a bit of goofery here for a second. Once again, flipping the holster sides. I could put anything in that holster. It doesn't have to be the longsword. Except now it's confused again. There we go. Yeah, we can put the Inferno in there, which could be fun. It counts as a melee weapon, though, so it would still technically be the same thing. And I wouldn't really want to use a different gun in there because all of our guns use medium ammo, so we'd be in the same exact position the second we ran out. So yeah, it is the longsword. The longsword's the only choice for that. This does have the same port, so I don't need to worry about that. What is the mounted weapon on this? I don't see one. It says it has one. So does the hatchling. Oh, you know what it might be? The mounted weapon reload speed might actually be, like, the back mount weapons, perhaps? Yeah, because I'm not seeing an input for a weapon there. So I think all it does is make you load some of your stuff faster. Same with the hatchling. I have to redo my back slots, but I wanted to look what the hatchling looked like. That's the one with the Belladine. Please hold while I undo the mistakes made. There we go. At least that's a quick and easy fix. Go to our ammo. Do I have any medium in storage? Okay. I wanted to make sure none of it had gotten kicked to storage during the whole fiddle. But it kicked it to cargo, which is nice of them. This is a little bit scuffed, but it should be fine. Let's bring some heavy ballistic ammo with us to feed the Belladine. I know it's taking up more of our storage, but we need the ammo. If I don't bring ammo, we are invariably going to run out of shots for it. Unless I happen to find ammo in the field, which we saw how well that worked out before. Let's see, we're at threat level 3, but we've been vibing here on threat level 3. I think we'll stay there, or for fun. Let's go ahead and repair using our stuff instead of... no, I can't. I actually only have replacement parts. I don't actually have any scrap or anything on me. I could scrap some of the stuff I have. It also really only takes 2 hours to sort out all of our major damage. So what do I want to do with the remaining 2 hours? Probably scavenge something up and see if I get something cool. Ceramic plates. Sad. Yeah, we're doing fine on damage now. I was debating using those ceramic plates up immediately, but they're fine to save, so we'll save them. And then we'll just go right back here. This way we can avoid the rain. And depending on how this fight turns out, we'll go ahead and push to the finale. And then we'll try a run on a higher difficulty, perhaps. Scavenger would be real fun with these elite hunters, I think, because they would probably drop better stuff. Boy, oh boy, do they start really getting spicy with the amount of dudes they're sending, though. For being elites, though, they're not very effective. They're tougher than your average stooge, but they're not really very effective in general. If I were their leader, I'd be disappointed in them right now. Tank torso. This is the unfortunate thing once you start getting some decent power behind you, though. You stop picking things up because there's just nothing that's going to be better, so why would you pick it up? Take that out. Ooh, another Thunderbolt. Perfect. At least I don't have to buy a Thunderbolt, I just now need to get an arm that can use it. One of those two shells hit a tree, but the other one still hit him square. We really do have some serious firepower going at this point. Just think, I could have more firepower. I could put another gun on the other shoulder. Infantry are still somehow a problem, though. I swear I need to, like, have a spare flamethrower or something mounted on this thing. Ignoring the fact that we have not really seen a flamethrower other than, like, the Inferno slag launcher. Another barrage. We've had one of those already. Squall. I mean, we have had a squall before, but that is a better squall. God damn it. Just picked the arm right back up again. Yeah, 670, not too bad. That's a lot of dudes. We also have nothing else to do here, so goodbye, fools. I'm leaving. I must go. My planet needs me. What do you mean it's this planet? That's fine, I'm leaving anyway. There are other parts of this planet. I didn't even have to shoot that, but I wanted to see if it would react. Turns out it does. It reacts by exploding. Turtle, premonition, hold, replacement parts. We did go through all of our medium ammo there, though, apparently. Oh no, we have a little bit left. Not enough, though. Not enough to keep those hungry weapons fed. Veldine actually came out of that pretty well, but it shoots kind of slow, so that makes sense. And we did find more heavy ammo. Ooh, that's actually a better Thunderbolt. Somehow. Oh no. It's not better entirely. It has a different modifier to it, so it does less damage, but it is more ammo efficient. Weird that there's that much of a difference there. But it's because it has ammo efficient 2 instead of rapid reload 3. It's only got rapid reload 1. It is nice to see that they do have more modifiers that can happen, though. A lot of junk in my inventory in the depot now. Really should do something about that. I could start destroying it, but why would I do that? That would be really inefficient. Yeah, really inefficient's the right word for it. Stupid would also be a good word for it. By 150% medium ballistic to keep our guns topped up. Anything cool? The rhyme bar can be one-handed. That could be fun. We haven't used that one yet. We looked at it and went, I can't use this because it's a two-handed weapon. And before. Dihesic. That would leave us with enough time to swap to it too, but it is another 3 one-hand strength thing. So I'd have to replace the Thunderbolt with it for now. What I was really hoping for was another arm in here, but there's no arms in here at all. So I guess I'll buy it for now. We just won't immediately swap for it. And then again, it does do a little bit more damage. And I was planning on heading over to the final battle from here, so if I was going to make any changes like that, I should do it now. It just may not be the best idea. This does mean I should probably put the Grenweller back to have yet more firepower. Even though it too is damaged, we have a bit of a way to fix some damage, so it should be okay. Okay. Yeah, it's almost as ammo efficient. It's a lot faster firing. It's got a much higher magazine. It's not as cool looking, but it'll do the job. So many weapons. Okay, so we can repair the majority of our armor with the ceramic we have in here somewhere. We have scrap metal for the hull damage. You still have that ceramic, right? In here somewhere. There it is. Vast majority of our armor and majority of our hull. We are a little damaged, but who isn't? May as well bring all of the heavy ammo with us, because we're now using 2 heavy ammo weapons, the Beldyne and the Grenweller. Alright. Let's see about winning this campaign. I think we will be winning this one slightly faster, because we didn't do multiple loops around before going to the final battle. Oh neat, we do have a couple other things on our team here. Gotta be careful not to do too much friendly fire here. I need the meat shields. See if there's anything cool in this cargo pod before things get too hairy. Nothing I can use immediately. Oh boy. So I get the... Oh no, I was gonna say, I get the distinct feeling our allies may have fallen, but they're right there. They're just not doing a good job. Super Weapon Zero is on the field. Let's back up to make them have to come to us. It's interesting that it's missing some vitals for some reason. They get spawned in missing some bits. He's over there taking out all my friends. Okay, this isn't a hole. I was a little worried that that was a hole that I jumped in. Got him. If I hadn't managed to take the rose arm off, we would have lost that time. Oh, that's what I misunderstood before. We're getting parts added to the part pool by winning. Okay. And of course, we get the previous operation salvage as well. But I want to go back and increase the difficulty. So abandon, start campaign, select campaign. Do I want to stay as a mercenary? I could go hero and get better support pods, which could be cool. No, I think we'll stay mercenary though. We still have 9 hours of rest on every difficulty. We do lose 2 of our cargo slots, which is unfortunate. And on this difficulty, we get no carryover parts on extreme. It is interesting that it says time and resources are abundant, but enemy... You know, it's very clear here that the enemy numbers are crazy here. But the time and resources being abundant is interesting. Like, I see that time is the same, but I don't see anything indicating that we get more items. It's just because the text there, I think, yeah, just the text wasn't changed. Let's go all the way up to extreme, though, because I just want to see. And this also keeps me from just continuing to use the same really powerful stuff to bolster myself. So we actually have more trouble. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take the Telesis legs. Not gonna have any back mounts, which is unfortunate. Take that one. Take the Essek again. Combat knife? Maybe. Okay, we would need strength 3 for using the dual lock one-handed. Yeah, it's a lot of the same choices we had before. We could go shield and spear, which could be an interesting move. I don't really want to just use the arm cannons again. You know what? We haven't used a spear at all. We'll give the spear a chance. And since we'll have the spear, we'll take the cargo crate, perhaps. No, that's the side-mounted cargo crate, and I need both arms for the spear. So we'll take the side story just as a just in case. And obviously we'll take a pair of Grover arms, because we need the arms. We'll take heavy ballistic ammo just because. 'Cause we need the arms. 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 'Cause we need the arms guess we'll take the pistol, even though it's saying... Huh. I was assuming that the spear would automatically go into 2 hands unless you assigned something else, but I keep getting confused with that, I guess. It's fine. We could go out there with 2 spears. Just go... There's the shield that I was debating. Yeah, I did say we'll try shield and spear, so we'll go ahead and buy the shield. And that'll sort out that question mark. That way I don't get tempted to just fall back on just shooting everything. We can see how that works out. Doing this on a higher difficulty and pushing myself to shield and spear instead of doing anything else is sure an idea. But you know what? This is what I've chosen to do. Oh, I could have gotten a free buckler. Eh, well. Scrap metal. Lock. So we got the gun for free. And a Belladine. Not bad. We could have certainly done worse. I can't afford ammo, I don't think. Yeah, it's all 10 and higher. Not that we need ammo anyway. We're not using any weapons that need ammo. Let's go. Let's see how badly I get my shit pushed in for just going shield and spear. Good news, shield is reasonably effective. Bad news, spear is less effective. Oh god, they're the ones protecting the village. I mean, at least I can spear those. They sent serious business squad, like, immediately, though. We are fucked here. The spear uses too much heat to be efficient. So I'm really having to buy my time here. Problem is, the more I bide my time, the more dudes show up. Which would be great if we were a scavenger, because the resources are plenty, but right now I'm just heat locked. I can't do anything in particularly. Our shield is crumpling. Yes, freedom fighter, assist me. Fight the enemies. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna die here. Like, we fucked around and we are sure finding out right now. If I hadn't had this shield, we would have died already, though. So shields are actually reasonably effective in this game, which is good. I'm used to shields just not really being much of a thing. Oh, there goes the spear arm. So, we don't have a weapon anymore at all. I don't have the heat to try to dash away. So, oh, there goes that arm. We're going to die now. Goodbye. That went really poorly. That went about as poorly as expected. So, we're not doing the shield and spear plan again. That's a no-go. That was very funny. That did not work. That did not have sufficient means of functioning. But you can partially blame that on the Hessic generator. I think that was part of the problem. But it was not the entire problem. The idea itself was part of the problem. So we'll go pistol and knife for the start here instead. As the pistol at least can do something without setting the machine on fire. And maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be something better in the marketplace for us immediately. We could replace the knife with a brigand. We did the dual pistol bit, so we're not doing that again right away. That's a laborer with a clamp. That's a lot of damage output, actually. Like, it's no bitey arm, but it would do the job of the bitey arm pretty good. I really don't understand why they label some of these as two-handed melee weapons when they have one-handed strength 1. There's no arms with less than 1 strength, so it guarantees it being able to be one-handed. So what's the point to calling it a two-handed weapon? Like, maybe that's just me, but that's confusing. Well, not confusing per se, just weird. I don't think I'm buying anything. None of that really jumps out at me as a yes, I need that. So what do I do with our time? That is the better question. Anything cool in the premium salvage? Not really, unless I wanted another pistol or the brigand, but I don't really want either of them at the moment. So we'll gamble. Just gamble our time away. And ooh, we got a field center, so that'll help. Leave the scrap model behind because it can't be used during a mission. This can be, but I feel like if I try to repair in the field, I'm just gonna die. But you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You may as well carry it just in case. Worst case, it gets me killed just the same, so... That is a fast knife. God, we cannot dash for long. We really need a better heat solution. Take the ammo, take the field center, don't need the legs. We really are at a massive disadvantage on this difficulty, not having any holdover parts. So we're fighting guys with that have decent weapons with a pistol. Get knifed. So lucky that my heat regulation on this mech is ass. I keep forgetting how bad it is, so I can't even close the gap by dashing. It just immediately shuts down my ability to attack if I do that. God, I do not know what they expect you to do on this difficulty. Jesus. Like, do they expect you to just get lucky and have a weapon that you can actually do something with? Because, like, I have no mobility to speak of, so I can't get away from these guys. It's not like I can outrun them to try to hit and run or anything. They all outmaneuver you. I think we just don't use the Endless's legs. That's probably part of the problem. Let's use the Derby legs instead because they're just faster. And that might fix the being outmaneuvered constantly problem. Essex still, I think, is my choice there. We'll try the previous setup again, just with faster legs this time. And see if that makes the difference. And of course, we might get lucky with a better option in our shop. Because I think all of our other choices are right, just that the leg choice might be the problem. Can't get a Duloc. We could get a Squall, but that wouldn't help too much. Now we can get a tier 1 Duloc. Actually, wait, they're both tier 1. What's the difference? Oh, this one has rapid reload 2, this one only has rapid reload 1, but it also has ammo efficient 1, so I feel like it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other there. But I guess it's because it has 2 modifiers is why it gets the difference there. Let's see, our side story has no modifiers, this one has a bunch of modifiers. So it's slightly stronger, but I don't think it's worth spending basically all of our credits for that. Honestly, it may not be the worst idea to take the shield again and go pistol and shield instead of trying to use the knife. The problem is the pistol doesn't clear them very quickly, so they start building up quick anyway. We don't have any back slots, so the Belladon's useless. I would go dual side stories, but we don't have a ton of medium ammo to work with, so I will probably run out pretty quick. Obviously, we could grab the Squall for a weapon for our other arm instead of 2 of the same ammo type, but we don't have any heavy ballistic ammo either. So I think we're just kind of up the creek as far as getting anything as replacements again. We do have a module port. So I could buy, like, the stabilizer or the heatsink. Or the cooling block. The cooling block would probably be the best choice out of these. There's 100 more cooling rate would make quite the difference, because the biggest weakness of the Hessik that we're using is it has a terrible cooling rate. But I like having the extra heat availability. Yeah, we'll buy the cooling block. Go ahead and put that in. This way we have a total cooling rate of 850 instead of 750. It's still not great, but it's better than nothing. Ooh. A pistol we've never used before, the Hailstorm. Go ahead and grab that. We might be onto something here. Damage output's 80 higher, fire rate's obviously higher, reload speed's a little worse, better magazine size. The only problem we're probably going to run into with this is we will once again run out of ammo. We do have enough money to buy ammo, though, this time. So we'll spend an hour and some money grabbing an extra load of ammo. And that should solve the Hailstorm running out of ammo problem. But we'll keep the knife just in case. Because we may still run out of ammo anyway. Because I don't know how ammo hungry this thing's actually going to be. But I feel slightly more confident than the last couple of attempts. Oh, wow, the accuracy on this thing is horrendous, though. Let's see what I mean about trading out the legs, though. The legs do make quite a bit of difference. We can actually close the gap and use the knife to clear some of these guys. But I think the pistol change might still be enough to actually get us killed, because we are just going down in a hail of gunfire again. Our health has once again gotten destroyed. Then again, you know, it's extreme difficulty for a reason. It is meant to be, like, nasty. Hard might be doable. This does not feel particularly doable. This is, like, unwinnable situation after unwinnable situation for us so far. Yep. And we explode. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and back down to hard and see if it's as bad. And based on how the mercenary has been rolling, we're gonna go be a scavenger instead. We at least get one item on hard. But I'm not gonna take any of our crazy good stuff. I feel like that is still going to make this exercise irrelevant. Ironically enough, I'm actually gonna grab the cooling block. Because we actually get a decent bit of stuff to work with right off the top. How is the tractor the fastest of the three of these? It doesn't have a dash or anything, but it is still technically faster. I suppose. There we go. I mean, as long as the fix works, that's the important part. You can work on making it pretty later. Ooh, I could get a minecart immediately. Sure, we'll go ahead and salvage up a minecart. That'll be better than the sumo, I think. Yeah, but it's got a lot more hull. It actually does have a lot less armor, so maybe that was a waste to grab, actually. Yeah, no. I think I was thinking of the better one that we had before. That was not a better variant. Paper with pile bunker, grandine, ultra polymer. None of the things I could have hoped for particularly, but it's fine. So we've got medium and light ballistic ammo needs. Yeah, since we're on hard, I am going to stick to ranged combat here. It is interesting that all of the class types have credits shown on screen. They all start with 5,000 credits. But only the mercenary seems to have a use for them, so it's a little odd there. Round boy's here to take you all out. You made fun of my roundness. Now I will make fun of your ceasing existing. This is still rough, but it's less impossible than Extreme was. I feel like I can at least do something here. Because we're actually clearing the screen of enemies for a moment. And this is without using anything outside of the purview of what we started with. Like, the cooling thing I added isn't even doing anything, because we don't have anything that increases our heat set up right now. As much as I would love to go for that box at the other end, I think we just need to grab this loot and get out of here. Which, to be fair, this does feel closer to the situation that's described. I didn't really want those. I forgot that I had half my inventory taken up already, but it's fine. We'll just make do. If they're already throwing artillery at me. But hey, we'll at least have gotten through a round instead of 0 rounds. And we get our choice of a cargo module, a replacement part, a short sword, and a reserve torso. Let's actually take the cargo module. Cargo room. Huntsman. Okay, so it's a shotgun. Interesting. We don't have anything that would allow me to one-hand that. Which is inconvenient, considering we have the machine gun arm again. I do think it's worth my time to go into modify here. So we can swap out that cooling block for now because of what I just discussed before, so we have at least a little bit more cargo space. And I think the turtle is worth swapping to over the laborer, because this at least has a little bit of armor to it. And it makes us rounder. We're just full-on round boying it this time. Don't think there's any reason to replace the muzzle breaker. We are going to have an ammo problem, as I have always feared. There's no point in using the ultra polymer here. I'm probably better served just swapping parts around some more. Yeah, because the sumo is where we're losing all of our durability right now. And I know, we're no longer going to be round boy for a moment here. But for sake of survival, I have to do that. Because now we have a lot more hull protection. And even more cargo space. Really, I should have been using the Bodai Mule the whole time. So that we could actually carry more stuff out of the mission. Just like I was doing before. That's why I wasn't doing it, is because it was just like I had done before. If I had any way to close the gap, I'd consider using the Woodsman Axe. Especially since it has speed 3, like that's a crazy fast big axe. But that heat generation would kill us. I kind of need to pray for a better weapon, I think. I can get another turtle arm, but that doesn't help. Brigand, okay. Club. That is at least a one-handable weapon. And it is better than the pickaxe. But I think I'd rather keep the pistol. I wish I had a holster, but I don't have back slots anyway, so it doesn't matter. It is kind of nice having tougher choices now on hard. Because I feel like I don't just la my way through things as much. But at the same time, it's also harder to just mess around, as one would expect. Not really want to have to burn that much ammo clearing the miniatures. But what you gotta do is what you gotta do. Oh, the ritual knife. If it comes down to it, we can swap for the knife. We've learned that that is a thing we can do. Got a radar. And now we're full on medium ballistic and I don't have space for the remainder. We did find a naturally occurring smokestack gun, so that's fun. We never did use the range drop, whatever that is. I'd like to make a spot for that. Oh, it's a torso. Interesting. I just unloaded on a friendly because I'm in survival mode right now. Just like, oh god, there's a thing in front of me. Shoot it, kill it, destroy it. Oh, the range drop gets extra cooling. Neat. That might actually be good for us. We'll lose the storage capacity, but we'll see. I will say today might end up being kind of short. I am not energetic today by any means.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Am I out of light ammo? Am I? Nope, I'm not out of light ammo. It was just reloading. Scrap metal. Yeah, I feel that. I do still have ammo and everything, it's just not a lot of it. Slowly we're making our way forward here. God damn it, ally. If you're gonna run in front of me, at least fight the guy. Don't just run back and forth. You know, that was probably worth it, but oh, yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a rough one. What we got? Scrap metal. As much as I do need that, I don't have inventory space for that, and I need to be bringing some upgrades along with us. So the radar... I don't think I need the radar, actually. As much as the extra visual range would be nice, I don't think I'm going to end up using the radar because we're going to be consistently keeping either the cooling module or the cargo module in our only extra slot. So I think it just doesn't matter. Which is unfortunate, but I think that's exactly how that's going to work out. Okay, I thought for a second I overshot my mark there. Friendly. What's behind door number this one? Bad guy. Dead guy. Homesteader. What that is? Oh yeah, that. I mean, it does have a lot of modifiers. It's got fast dash and everything. But no. Keep the ammo. We are not using heavy ballistic right now, but if we do actually make if we do get something with a back slot that I can put the smokestack in, obviously we're gonna need the heavy ammo. So we can fire the smokestack at things. We're starting to get our feet under us here on hard difficulty instead of just dying. So we're getting somewhere. Having to be a lot more careful. I will say it's nice that they're at least not a lot more durable. They're just a lot more dangerous. And I can live with that. If they just got, like, super spongy, I'd be real upset. And even on extreme, they didn't feel spongy. There just was a lot of them. And we didn't have any good weapons. So as long as we use our advantage of first strike here a bit, we can actually still pull this together. The fact that we're already at threat level 2, though, is not great. This means I'm probably not going to be able to make use of these parts unless I want to stay at this threat level. Which I don't really want to. But it's either that or I either stay at this threat level so I can change parts and repair, or I don't repair, change the threat level, change parts, or change threat level, repair, don't change parts. Ooh, Feather Lance. We've never seen that. That's a different one. Not really going to be a thing I'm going to use right now because I want that Barbarian arm, but that would have been cool. Artillery Strike Designator is also an argument to be made for something we could use, because we do have an internal slot. Kelties, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time with whatever it was. We're just still slowly chewing our way through this. We have gotten a couple wins under our belt for this game, but we're trying hard difficulty now. Ooh, you played some Repo. How'd it go? How far did you get? I have lost my train of thought as to what the other thing I was going to add was. Ah, okay. You know what? Fair enough. If you're focusing on just new stuff, then it makes sense that it may get a little tricky at times. Some of the new stuff can be a little odd to use. Now that's what the raindrop looks like. So it's more like it's a raindrop because of this shape here, not it's a vertical raindrop shape. I mean, the cooling rate is nice, but again, we're not using the cooling rate right now. But I think I will hang on to that for when we have legs that have a dash of some kind. Right now, we're just driving around on our treads. I don't really have anything that'll utilize the Barbarian Arm's strength is the issue that we have now. And keep the cargo module. We lost our module slot when we switched to the raindrop, is why I had to re-equip that. Yeah, understandable. Gotta make sure you get food made and everything. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna be going super long here today myself. It's one of those warm days where the energy's a little bit low. But I appreciate y'all coming in for however much longer I keep going. So do I repair or do I lay low? That's the question. I can use some of my spare items to try to repair without needing to spend time. Because how this works is everything you do in the rest area takes time other than using these parts to do, like, jury rig repairs, essentially. I think we'll go ahead and do the jury rig repairs because I do have a lot of spare items. Yeah, there we go, we're fine. So yeah, we can go ahead and lay low so we get this threat level down. This way they stop flinging artillery at me. At least for a little while. Like, invariably, they're gonna start throwing artillery at me again when I start wiping their troops out. On a similar note, though, we do have a little bit of a problem in terms of our ammo supply. Oh yeah, actually, we do have a reason to use the barbarian arm, because we have the huntsman. I forgot to have that. So replace the turtle with the barbarian, replace the side story with the huntsman. It is a shotgun, so I need to remember not to use it at long distances. But it should be a little bit more effective at using our medium ammo than the side story was. We'll see how it actually works out. I'm a little worried because of our ammo being so low. We can, however, get a boost of ammo. We've been seeing heavy and medium ammo in our supply caches, so let's take the light ammo so our muzzle breaker will be full, or at least full-ish, so we can use that for support fire until he can do something else. I don't think there's anything else we can do with 1 hour. Oh no, we can repair one part. So we'll repair our tractor so we're at full health. Alright, back out we go. And we're going up to a high loot level, so it'll be pretty dangerous here regardless, which is why I wanted to lower the threat level first. Alright, let's go. Our newfound shotgun. Would be nice to have something that would close the gap a little bit better to try to use this shotgun with, but it's doing its job pretty well so far. Certainly taking less shots to take them out than the pistol was, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I just gotta stop driving into the explosions. I'm definitely glad I didn't try using the huntsman with both hands, though, because having that much of a limitation on my range would hurt a lot. So where's our exit? Over there. Okay. So we'll start from over here, grab that cargo pod, grab the other one, and cycle around. Ooh, yellow thing. Give grave piercer. What is that? Ooh, it's another gun. Oh, I'm stuck. I was reading. Excuse me, sir. I was trying to loot your friend's bodies. Berserker Plume, we know what that does. We don't have a back slot for it, but if we do get one, it'll be useful. Ah, you don't have arms anymore. Die. That may sound horrible, but he started it. Presage. Can be modified with 2 backboards, so we don't have them. Damn it. Just gotta manage to get over here. Like, our biggest problem now, other than our ammo issues, is we are very slow. Like, as good as these treads are on the road, we don't have much opportunity to be on the road. We need that. Actually, wait, what ammo was in there? Medium? I do need that, actually. Get rid of the arm. We don't need the arm. This way we can keep our shotgun loaded. Without that, we'd be in trouble very quickly. Like, our most important targets on these jobs really are these cargo pods. You get 1 item as a reward for liberating a village, and you do get reputation for it, but the reputation doesn't seem to do too much yet. Ow. Let's go ahead and replace that. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, I'm actually really hurting. I should pay more attention to the damage I'm taking. rather than trying to loot. Cargo pack, okay. We are just gonna leave. I was gonna try to liberate the villages and such, but we can't afford to try to do that right now. I'm so sad we couldn't grab that other huntsman, but we would have needed to get another barbarian arm or something of similar power to be able to wield the second one anyway. So it's fine that we only have one. We still managed to pick up some ammo and some other goodies, so it's fine. The supernova will be a great asset to us if we ever get anything that actually uses our heat supply. Because that'll actually pair really well with the raindrop armor. Or that'll allow us to move around a lot more. For now, get me out of here so I get out of here alive. A loaded lance and a shredder. Ooh. They're really giving me all kinds of cool stuff. So I guess that's the advantage to being on hard difficulty, is your support rewards are way better, because we were getting like junk items in the support rewards when we were playing on normal. Interesting. Capable of performing exploding stabs and firing inaccurate projectiles when set. Utilizes medium ballistic ammo. I'm curious about the loaded lance. We're gonna take that. I feel like that's something that'll get me killed, but I need to know. It's fun looking, at least. Well, we'll see how well it works. Supernova reactor. We could use one of the other legs now, since we have all that heat availability. The risk to that is the lance does generate heat as well. But I think it'll be okay. A little bit windy. Heard something weird, so I was rationalizing it before I go wander off to look to see what happened. I'm pretty sure nothing actually happened. This has more reinforced hull, so it has more armor. We can directly compare it by cycling over. It's also not busted to hell, which might be the more important thing there. It's got more hull, it's got more armor. Yeah, we'll salvage that. And just replace that. Because we're now back in decent shape without having to do too much. I was hoping to do more than just do the one thing, but it's looking like that might be what ends up happening here. Biggest problem is that Lance is going to be using medium ammo as well. So we have a bit of a problem there. The Shredder wouldn't have used ammo at all, and probably would have been the smarter choice. But here I am making the choices that I make, as usual. Now, I could replace the Huntsman or the loaded lance with one of the muzzle breakers and have a fully loaded weapon. That is a point. I don't know if it's a point I'm gonna go for, because I'm feeling risky, because I want to try new things. And we can just scoop up a weapon if we need to in the field. So you know what? I'm gonna take a risk. I'm gonna be bold. We are going back a step instead of going to the final battle, though, because we are not final battle ready right now. Absolutely fucking not. We will lose the final battle immediately, I think. Oh yeah, let me look at controls. How do I set the lance so I can use it to shoot? Lance detonate is 1. I'm gonna assume that's the way it shoots. Okay, that's how it works. Sounds good, Paz. Football as well. Okay, the lance at least does good damage. I don't understand what it's talking about with setting it, because I don't seem to have an option for that in my controls. But it sure is a thing. Friendly. I could still stab him in the back in the hopes of getting parts or ammo off of him, but let's not do that right now. The tiny robot invasion is once again this village's problem, not mine. I've liberated them. They are free to deal with other problems. And away we go. Die. Get poked to death. Ooh, a holster. Actually, that's gonna be important. We need a back slot to be able to use it, but it could be important. Firing this lance is really janky. It seems to have to be swinging to fire. Like, it has to be fully extended for it to fire. Like, now that I'm getting a hang of it, it's not too bad, but it's a weird one. You want another? Well, no, I don't need the supernova, but I'll take it anyway. Just take everything so I don't have to figure it out at the moment. Because we need to be on the move, otherwise we are just gonna get swarmed. Load the lance. At least the lance doesn't take much ammo. You show that rock who's boss, bud. Way to go. I will say, I was worried about the heat sink issues. The lance doesn't seem to use up too much heat. In exchange for doing quite a bit of damage. So it's a remarkably competent weapon, even though I grabbed it as a goof. Oh, I don't have any arms anymore, though. This is how we die, because I'm stuck. Slowly I run for my life. Ow. Yep, this is how the run ends, because unless you can build up speed with those treads, you're hosed. That's such a shame. We got screwed because our arms got blown off. Which I was worried they were taking damage, but I thought we were okay. Okay, I can keep one part. I could take the lance back. We could give the lance another try. Or we bring the cargo module just so we can carry more. No, I'm taking the barbarian arm. A 3 strength arm is just so rare to find, it seems. Stick with the tractors because the other legs just kind of suck. We won't commit what our arms are doing quite yet. We'll just throw those in there for now. See what we can salvage first. There's a better side story pistol, so we'll grab that at the very least. And we'll see what our random salvage gets us. Nothing. It got us a bunch of scrap. Joy. But at least we have a better pistol. We're not fast enough for me to trust this to work out with trying to use the pickaxe. So we'll put a muzzle breaker on the other side just like we had before. And we'll see if I can dig out again. This may be last attempt. We'll see. Depends, A, on how long it goes and how I feel when it ends. I could have went with dual pistols, but again, ammo issues. We want to not go all medium ammo. You saw how well that worked when I had the shotgun and the lance. I do really enjoy the idea of big mech with just mech-sized handgun. Something about that just really is funny to me. There are only so many games that do that idea well. Like, there's a lot of games that just don't go for that idea at all. Going for more, like, built into the arm weaponry and things like that. Or a lot of energy weapons, for example. Much more, honestly, sensible choices, and that's why they're not as much fun. It's fun to have the goofy ideas. I forgot that all the scrap that we picked up from scavenging ended up in my pockets. I'm trying to move these along quicker, since I know it's a lot of menuing and people wouldn't be that excited about the menuing. I mean, yeah, the Grover is a stronger arm, so I guess I'll keep that. Well, yeah, Armored Core was going to be one of the series I was going to point out for that. Now, if only I had the budget to buy something like Armored Core 6. Oh, wait. It's expensive. But it is a good game from all I've heard, though it is a bit different than the other Armored Cores, as far as I'm aware. Like, not significantly different, but a little bit. I don't know. I have a weird in-between with Armored Core anyway. Is I on paper should really, really love the Armored Core series, and I enjoy it. But I also have found earlier entries in Armored Core to be kind of frustrating. Like, at times, I feel like they're needlessly limiting. And I don't know how to fully bring that thought around. That's just like the baseline thought in mind when I think of that series. But it's also worth noting that my primary experience with Armored Core is 3 and 4. So anything that happened for that series after those, I don't know anything about. Because I ended up not having access to it after that point, really. So I think it was 4 was the one I grew up with, and then I tried 3. I think that's right. Or I have it backwards. Since it's only numbers, it doesn't stick. I really should take another look at Mass Builder at some point. Because it has gotten a lot of updates since the last time I did anything with it. It just felt a little off, which is why I've never really made a big point about showing y'all that game yet. I was waiting for it to be further along. There you go, we'll go with some chicken legs instead of the tractor because the chicken legs are faster. We really didn't gain much of anything out of that mission, because the barrel bomb's an arm replacement weapon as well. I mean, I guess I could replace the muzzle breaker with it, because we never actually used the barrel bomb. So we don't need the light ammo anymore, we need my heavy ballistic instead. Oh, and to circle around to the other reason I never picked up Armored Core 6, I'm not sure how well it'll run on this machine, if I'm honest. There's been a lot of things that have surprised me by not working well, so I'm becoming very nervous about trying modern gaming more again. And Armored Core 6 is new enough that I would lump that together with that problem. Which is, again, why the throne link keeps popping up, is I am figuring that graphics card replacement would be the solution to the woes, but I cannot guarantee that. That's just the best move I can think of. The good news is I can guarantee that card replacement won't have any issues in the machine as it is. Everything is compatible. Well, no power issues or anything. Do I do repairs? No, we're kind of okay. I don't have anything to repair that armor damage with, which makes me a little sad, but maybe we'll get lucky. It's not a modified minecart at all, so probably not worth swapping to. So replacing the chest armor would solve some of our damage problem. 600 is stronger, but we'd lose the 2 cargo capacity. Actually, no, this minecart does have 1 backport. So we'll take this. It's gonna be less armor, but it has a backport. I don't think we have anything for a backport right now. No, we don't. But that opens up to us to new potential. And that's going to be the hope there, is that we can get something we can slap in that backport and start boosting our power. But yeah, another thing in that line of thought, though, is I keep debating showing off at least one of the front mission games on here, but they're so long. They again fall into that category of I feel like people are going to get tired of it before we finish it. And by people, I mean both y'all in the audience and me, because I may very well get tired of it before we finish it as well, because that's happened to me in my own time with that series a couple times. Okay, that's what they mean by it arcs. It goes way up before it comes down. That's why these guys have those weapons that never really hit anything, too. So that's a problem. We basically have a near useless weapon because the arc is way too far. And I don't seem to have a good way of controlling that. Is there, like, an angler for that? No, it just goes to space. Okay, wonderful. Better off barehanded. Like, watch, I fire immediately, and it still doesn't hit him because I can't lead the shot because it shoots at the edge of my vision. I don't understand why that's the default for those weapons. It seems rather silly. Okay, no, you can aim them. They just aim really weird, even for an arcing weapon. It was just not giving me great feedback at first that it was being aimed. Robin. I don't think I've seen that. Gale Wind we've used. Oh, it's a torso. Doesn't have any backport slots, though. But it may do as a health replacement. There we go. Now I'm starting to get it. It's not staying, but at least it's working now. Warmonger, that sounds fun. I am definitely looking forward to later this year when this game comes out, though. Because I think the full version of this game is going to be a lot of fun. And it does have multiplayer. So I presume the full version will also have multiplayer. How fleshed out it gets at that point, that's a good question. But we'll figure that out when the time eventually comes. Okay, so it's legs. Okay. I didn't have time to read too much of what that said, as I was scrambling to not die, but also pick it up at the same time. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we have a problem. You know what the arcing weapon might be good for, actually, is dealing with those crowds of little guys, because I can drop the arcs in their midst. You know, when it goes where I expect it to. It really does fire weird. Like, even for an arcing weapon, this feels wrong. Is sometimes it'll land where I'm pointing, and sometimes it expects me to aim like a mile low for it to fire where it's pointing. And I wish it would make up its mind. So I did learn we can actually just crash into them. I assumed they were too big, and I assumed wrong. It's actually in here. Nothing that's worth the pain and suffering I'm enduring trying to get it. Nice, we got a good shot there, so we broke down quick. Yeah, the travel time on this weapon is also a big part of the problem. Like, if you sat there and figured out the timing and everything, I'm sure this is a viable weapon. It's just not great. Like, arcing weapons are usually something I'm actually pretty good at, but this just doesn't... It just ain't making sense to me. Snowshoe, huh? That sounds interesting. I really wish I could get even a second to read things when I'm trying to pick them up, game. Yep, there goes the threat level going up again. Barrel bomb. Okay, I didn't miss anything else of merit. I need the ammo is the problem, so we're getting to, like, pick up barely anything, which really hurts. Right, because we don't have the extra cargo capacity. That's the other problem. We don't have the module to add the extra 2 cargo space. I was wondering why I was having so much cargo issue. Now I know. This car does not go vroom. Oh, good, we got another Warmonger leg after I just fought tooth and nail to get one out of there. Storm Marshal, though. Electric charge bonus. Huh, adds an additional charge to electric weapons. That is a thing, I guess, and that's good if you're using an electric weapon, but... I'll take it anyway, because it does have good stats otherwise. The snowshoe might be a possibility. Same with the Warmonger. Like, I'm gonna have to burn a lot of time again switching to this mode just to fix our problems here, because oh, I did have a module port. Oh, right, I don't have the cargo thing this time. That's the problem. Yeah, one way or another, we needed to get rid of the barrel bomb. The barrel bomb just ain't it for me. So I could have taken the lance and actually put that in our other arm. And that would have been a viable choice. But I think it's back to the muzzle breaker for now. Until we can get something better going in there. We lose our last remaining cargo capacity. We do gain a lot of hull and a lot of armor. Versus the amount we're missing right now. But it doesn't do anything useful for us otherwise. Meanwhile, we can get a lot more and some actually increased visibility range with the Robin. We just, again, lose cargo space and lose that backport. But right now, we're not using the backport, and I'll just cry about the usability space. Snowshoes, Warmonger. Oh, the Warmonger's front jointed knees. Okay. Feels weird these are front jointed knees, but they stay bent like that anyway. I'm so used to that bend being on back jointed knees. You would think this would be standing taller. So do we lay low to get the threat level back down, or do I try to get more stuff? What's in the premium salvage? Nothing. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Like, we're not in a concern about injury at all, and I don't need the heavy ammo anymore, so we can get rid of that. We don't have any more medium ammo to give, and we're running out of light ammo as well, which is a problem. I could go to the pickaxe instead of the muzzle breaker, but that runs the risk of me getting killed trying to get in range. Because we've seen how much deadlier they are here on hard or difficulty. I could try improving my reputation further instead. Oh, this is relevant to the mercenary. Okay. I was wondering why there was a group that we had no connection with at all. It's because it's not relevant to this character. Let's risk seeing if we can get a reward here. We got scrap metal. I may as well have just done the... I may have as well have just scavenged, because I would have ended up with the same result, but I could have at least done it twice. I keep being disappointed by that. And yet, I keep tricking myself into thinking that that will work. So be it. This does have a stomp. It doesn't have a dash, though, which is a problem, potentially. It's got a really high jump. Beep. Yellow item. Give. Strider. God, are we in need of better weapons, though? Like, we're clearing them, but we could be doing so much better if we had just a stronger gun. I really should stop messing around with the jump. I guess the kick is technically the stomp? I'm gonna assume that's the case. Unless it's something I do in the air, which is possible. Nope. F is to stomp now. Okay. I have no idea if that's useful at all. Seems like an anti-melee move. Yeah, see, it's a pushback. Not really that exciting, and I think the Warmonger might have been a mistake, because the speed is not great. Don't know why he was still shooting over there, but I'm glad he was. I think we're in trouble here, because that's getting to be a lot of higher-end enemies, and we have no good means of clearing them. Like, I'll keep firing, but we're only getting rid of them so quick. And now here come the Elite Hunters, which is why I was leery about this idea. This is how we die. Yep. RNG just keeps screwing us now. Like, I feel like we've gotten a foothold here on Hard, and we can actually make some progress. We just keep not getting anything we can use. And some of that's my fault. I'm making poor choices, probably. But also, ugh. I'm keeping that Barbarian arm. Because again, it's our method by which we can actually use other things. Because without that, a lot of our weapons would end up needing to be two-handed that we could potentially end up getting. And that limits our options a lot. If I had a back slot, that Belladine would be great, but we don't have one. We had one on the last attempt, but we didn't get anywhere. Oh, RNG it is. Welter, which I think was legs. Tractor. Courier. Hang on, we might actually have gotten something here. Those courier legs are pretty fast. So the welter legs are also pretty fast. The courier does have sprint, though. Yeah, we'll go to that. I think literally everything we got was legs, though. Yeah, there's 3 new legs. Well, I was complaining about my legs not being great, so you know what? Fair enough, game. Hopefully these better legs will get us through Area 1, and we'll be able to leverage that to pick up enough goodies to be able to make something happen here. And I know I said the last one was going to be the last attempt, but I also said that only if it went long enough, which it didn't. Friggin' club. I don't know how to make this thing sprint. Ah, shift is sprint. Okay. That's actually a pretty decent speed difference. I just gotta watch the heat. We can also use it to sprint through these guys as part of the idea. Help clear them out a little quicker. Drop anything useful? Scrap metal, labor arm, gold. None of this is great, actually. Just throw that away. While we have a bit of clear space, I should really go for this box, like, now. Of course, I say that and immediately another jerk spawns with an interest in punching me. And his artillery friend. Can't forget his artillery friend. Everybody has an artillery friend. No, they don't. Everybody should have an artillery friend, though. It's level 1. Why is there a 3 enemy village right off the top? Come on. And one of the 3 enemies is a platoon of goddamn walker bots. Which I guess that's not so bad, it's just upsetting. Oh, and the other one's a group of soldiers. Okay, you know what? Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Just annoying. And all of that was for a piece of scrap metal. Hooray. Honestly, we don't need that. We have a sumo back at home. Grab the Marshall. Grover is useful, so we'll take the Grover. Don't need the Brigand, I'm not going to use it. I need as much ammo as I can get my grubby hands on. Because if the way our ammo situations keep playing out is any indication, we need all the ammo we can get our hands on. But hey, we cleared the map out, so that's good. I just now have repair work to do again. But again, it's kind of nice that it puts you on the back foot, because that feels accurate to a resistance. You wouldn't really be in a position of advantage like we were in when we were doing the lower difficulty. That really wouldn't make sense. Like, the only way you'd end up in a position of advantage in a situation like that is if your opponent is supremely incompetent. Which, don't get me wrong, is entirely possible, but seems less likely than the outcome we're having right now, where we're up against it the whole time. RC Strike. That's the reactor core that was not that great. I don't think I have anything I want to swap to for a change. I think what we have is good enough. I just need to fix it. So let's use our parts up here to sort ourselves out. And then we'll, I guess, look for more stuff? Because we don't really need to lay low because our threat level is still 0. And like I said, I don't have any reason to modify right now. Got more scrap metal. And a premonition leg, which we're probably not going to use either. Make sure to get these out of my pockets so we have space to pick things up. Alright. Let's see if we get screwed this time. Go here so we have both options. I will give this game credit for one thing, though. It runs really, really well. Because there's a lot of explosions and things, and a lot of enemies pathing around. And it hasn't taken a single hit on the speed at all. And it's not demanding that much of either of our metrics, either. I am still making use of that new Steam performance tracker thing. Because I like having that information in front of me. It helps me troubleshoot where things go wrong when I have the information at my fingertips. And it's not very obtrusive, and I know you guys can't see it because it's an overlay, so it's not actually visible in the footage. So it's a win-win across the board as far as that goes. Like, it's not distracting me, it's not getting in the way of you guys at all, and it's giving me information that I can actually use. Good lord. Suddenly the gloves have come off. You can tell that I started to relax a little bit because I started talking about other things again, and then lo and behold, an entire army of Granvirs appeared behind me and tried to destroy me for my insolence of having fun. Side story, scrap metal. Based on the damage I just took, I need some scrap, so we'll go ahead and take that. Like, we've barely even made it anywhere in this stage, and we're getting swarmed. I'd love to go for that container, but it's so far away from the extraction that I don't think I dare to go for it. I think our best shot's gonna be to liberate this village and hope for the best. At the very least, I can poach some stuff off of the corpses. Oh, we did get a dagger. I can actually swap that in right now. This was not well-timed item swapping because of when I reloaded, but it's fine. That will actually make a pretty significant difference in us getting out of here. And at least now we have a weapon that isn't just a side story. So I may actually swap the muzzle breaker out for the other side story, though. Well, no, I shouldn't do that because that's gonna destroy our medium ammo supply, which is already getting sketchy, apparently. No guns. I'll take that supernova, though, because I don't think we have one. Now I have a reason to do modifying, though. Yeah, because we're damaged enough that I think it'll be wise to swap to the Marshal now. We'll lose the extra cargo capacity, which sucks, but it's fine. We have so many legs. I wish there was more I could do with spare parts. But scrapping them just gets you things like scrap metal and such, which doesn't help us at all. Like, we already have scrap metal all coming in through so many other means. Like finding it on the ground, for example. So it just feels a little weird as far as that goes. Okay, that's what the Discord ping was. Sorry about that, just making sure I wasn't missing something important. So, need to check on things like that now and then. Yeah, we didn't end up changing as much as I thought, but swapping out the torso was useful, as it gets our damage issue sorted out a bit, without us having to spend time repairing, while also allowing us to change out our reactor. Which, that's not super relevant right now, but it'll help a little bit to have changed that out. We might get lucky and there might be a good thing to pick up in the scrap piles. Now there's a holster, but we don't have any back slots for it. If we had a back slot for it, I would absolutely take it in a heartbeat. That reserve has a back slot, but we wouldn't be able to get both. So we'd be still stuck in an awkward position there. So I don't have any other back parts, right? Yeah, I wouldn't be able to check that menu. I need to look in this menu if I want to see it. Because we don't have a back slot right now, so I wouldn't have a way of showing it conveniently. The answer to that question is no, I do not. Need to bring the little bit of spare medium ammo I have. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble on that front. This is why I wasn't worried about our health damage. I can just fix it with those items there. That's why I grabbed them. We're gonna need to focus on picking up ammo this time. Plates, scrap metal. Okay. There's no point in using up the metal plates, but we'll go ahead and top up the hull. Just so we save inventory, because we can pick up more of those anyway. That's not a particularly big issue at all. And we're out of time, so off we go. Let's see how this ends up being. I'm ending up doing that thing again where I'm like, this is probably gonna be a shorter stream, and then we still make it to the 4-hour mark anyway. Maybe as I just stubborn through. Momentum is a motherfucker. I got tangled up in my own movement because we were in the trees when those rockets came down. We're getting some good stuff. It's just a matter of whether we're going to get to keep it. Now, I say good stuff. Some of it's good. Most of it's actually not that remarkable now that I look at it again. I was just excited because it was green and yellow items. Ooh, a long arm. I don't think we've ever seen that. The Brenwick, grab the long arm. Heavy combat arm with a detachable cable fist for long-range melee strikes. Oh, hell yeah. Excited to try that. Now it just comes a question of whether I'm going to be allowed to live long enough to try that. That field sinterer would also be really nice to have, considering the damage we're taking, but I wouldn't have the time to grab it at this point, I don't think. I'm running for the container over here in the hopes that it gives me something I can use to alleviate some of our issue here. Long star, sure. Medium ballistic ammo, yes please. That's the issue I was worried about, is running out of ammo. Because I knew we were getting low. Holy fuck. We need to get while the getting's good. We're screwed right now if we stick around too long. There's too many things spawning and I don't have the firepower for this. Like, I can take them, but as soon as I start clearing any of them, they just spawn more. And their spawn rate's outdoing my kill rate. We have a bit of breathing space for a second, though, so maybe I should risk it for the box. We do have a little bit of health. And there are enough of them stuck back there that I think they're not going to keep spawning too many. This is a bad risk to be taken, but I'm taking it anyway. Wasn't worth it. But at least we got more ammo. So it's not a bad thing, because it does dig us out of the ammo hole a bit. And we did pick up a couple things, like the long arm could be fun, and the long star might help? It is a melee weapon, though, which is the problem. And if I'm gonna take advantage of the cable fist, I think I need to have the long arm be empty. So I don't know how much the long star will get used. Ooh, there we go, a tier 4 handgun. There we go. There we go. Chain shield's kind of neat, too. Now we're talking, though. Now we're talking. Place the muzzle breaker with a Grover arm. Slap that outlaw in that hand. Yeehaw, brother. I mean, I guess I could put the long arm here anyway. I might still be able to use the chain fist even with a gun in it. I'm not sure how that works. Now we have a cargo module, so we can actually carry some stuff. I don't know if I could have thrown the cargo module in while we were in the field. I didn't want to risk standing still long enough to find out, if I'm honest, at the rate we've been getting chewed up. Repair the marshal, repair the courier. Like, we're doing a little bit better. We're doing a little bit better, because now we actually have 2 decent strength weapons. I just have a very big medium ammo problem to worry about now, which could be a very significant problem. The good news is they've at least supplied us with a bit more ammo. Problem is, it's already all been loaded into weapons. So, yeah. That should tell you how bad off we are on ammo, that I just got 50% more and it's all loaded already. It's a little spooky. A little spooky. I can't... Oh, I could have gotten another dagger, but it wouldn't have helped because we already have a better or alternative firearm. We can't lay low is going to be the problem, so we're going to get overwhelmed probably now. But we're going to go down swinging. That's what we always do. We always go down swinging. A sort button would be nice in here. This is a lot to sort through in here. No, we only have vitals damage, which sounds bad, because it is bad. But it could be worse. We're gonna backstep a region because I'm not going to the final battle. Because we are not winning it. There's no way with this setup we're winning the final battle. It is unfortunate that we're not gonna end up seeing the final battle today, unless this goes well. But we weren't really going to be seeing too much of the final battle anyway. This is way more effective, though. We've actually got some killing power now. I think the outlaw is the one doing the 500s. Problem is, we are cooking through our ammo. downside to the Outlaw is it's not perfectly accurate. Not that all the other ones were perfectly accurate very often either, but it's definitely got more of an accuracy issue, which makes sense because they claimed it to be an archaic design. Good God, everything is awful behind me. I sure showed that boulder who was boss, huh? Get out of here, skater boy. I said, see you later. Oh, wait. Oh, God. They sent the pets after me again. I need this supply canister. Bullets, please. Yes. Ooh, a shredder as well. Don't mind if I do. If it comes down to an emergency, I may slap that shredder in my barbarian hand and just go crazy. So we are not doing great on health to try to do shenanigans like that. We could just escape. We are in a position to escape right now. Yeah, one hand strength 1, so we can do that. In fact, ring, ding, 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 ding. This will save on ammo. Oh my God, there's so many! I have made mistakes! Send help! SOS! SOS, otherwise known as shit on so much fire. Ah! Okay, we're fine. We escaped. Whew, that went sideways real hard. Let's see if that dagger's better than the dagger we have, I guess. Oh boy. We got a presage, which that might do as a replacement for our torso right now, because our torso is in shambles. And it does have a bit of extra visibility range, which might save our life. Which I suppose is supposed to be pre-sage. I don't know. It'd be fitting to combine it with premonition. It's the same speed as courier, with a medium dash. But not broken to pieces. Now the welter's a better jumper. I kind of dig the look we've got going here with the chainsword and the big pistol. It's just such a shame that the chainsword's gonna get me killed. Oh, that's what the long star is, apparently. It's literally just an interestingly animated lightsaber. Fair enough. I wanted to compare the two daggers, though. The dagger we just picked up is definitely better. It shoots a bit faster, it's a bit more ammo efficient, and it reloads faster. Feels wrong having the stronger gun be in the weaker hand, but it... Actually, no, the new dagger is higher damage output. But I think it's because this shoots faster now. So its DPS is higher, but its damage per bullet is lower. Because we saw the Outlaw spit in 500s. So its per bullet damage is real good. So I guess we're sticking to cowboy mode for now. So, no, we can't really stick to cowboy mode because we have no bullets. If we stick to cowboy mode, we're probably gonna die. But I also don't have much choice. Because none of the things we swap to are going to save us in that regard. The best choice is to go back to the chainsword. But as soon as we try to close the gap to use it, we're probably gonna get shredded. Which is still a better fate than running out of bullets and just dying a miserable death, I guess, so... we'll go with that angle. 'Cause at least this way I have ammo. Oh, and the gun that does reliable damage keeps firing for a bit longer. We'll lay low, get rid of the threat level, and maybe we can still turn this around. There's still hope. Like, it's not a hopeless situation, it's just not highly hopeful. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Not highly hopeful. Oh wow, I can hit them with this one. It's an overhead swinger. It's a pity I can't just drop this tree on them. One way or the other, I don't want to use ammo up on them if I can help it. On him, though, because he's annoying, I'm fine with using ammo, though. I'd love if the spread on this didn't fight me leading the target so hard. Come here, you. Yeah, see, this is the problem with trying to close the gap on things, is they just run away from you. They know what's coming. They know the saw is coming, they don't want it. So for every dash you make to get to them, they'll make another dash to get away from you. It's also doing way less damage than you'd expect it to. So, that arm's gone now. And we lowered the threat level, I might add. There's still a ton of enemies spawning, even though we laid low and lowered the threat level. So clearly that didn't do nearly as much as I'd hoped it would. Hey, remember that whole thing about running out of ammo I was worried about? Yeah, I guess who's out of ammo and doesn't have a sword arm anymore. Yeah. I need to get to that supply cache over there without dying. And hope it has medium ammo in it, though. I'm spawning more enemies by trying to run over there. So I guess maybe I should try to... Yeah, this was the problem, though. I didn't want to turn around because turning around kills your momentum. Yep, we're dead. It's over. It sucks so bad. The thing is, the only other option I would have had, other than trying to run all the way to the other one, is take a much wider turn, so I don't lose as much momentum. We would have died anyway. Wouldn't have mattered. That was just over as soon as the one arm fell off. That'll do it for today. Definitely looking forward to this game coming out. I don't think I'll end up doing much more with the current version of it, at least not on stream, because I think you've seen all there is to see, particularly. Because I've ended up using up a lot of the viable options, I feel, with everything I've done here. And you've seen all the difficulties now. Like, you've seen extreme and all of the not getting anywhere I did with that. You've seen hard, where we actually made progress. We actually, if I tried a few more times and got lucky, we probably could win hard. It would just be rough. And I just don't have the wherewithal for that today. Speaking of things I'm going to need the wherewithal for, we will be finishing Resident Evil tomorrow. I know I said that last week, but it's guaranteed this week. There's no way it won't happen this week. Then Thursday will be Peak. Friday is currently up in the air. I was debating a Lethal Company session, but it's looking like that's not really in the cards. Is my own motivation to chase after people to bring them together for more than one thing this week has not been there, and I don't want to have people being pulled last minute for something. So I think the time for that has passed. I'll just fill in with something on Friday, and then we will try to beat as many games as we can on Saturday. I was really hoping I would have picked a raid target by the time I got to this point. Somehow we keep ending up here. You know what? Coin. We've got that one, and what is the other choice? It's never a matter of I don't have choices, I have too many choices. You're not sure, we'll pick between those two. They're both, ironically enough, they're both doing basically the same thing. They're both doing art for art fight. So, heads will be that one, because they're higher on the list. Tails will be the other one, because they're lower on the list. Alright, higher one. There we go. We'll go see Viv, who's doing art for art fight. Conveniently, she's the first thing in my raid browser, so that works out perfectly. We have raided Viv not too awful long ago, but that's fine. My raid browser appears to have slightly frozen, which is an interesting thing, but that's fine. And as well... Oh wait, no. Viv had raided us recently. I'm reading this wrong. That's another reason why I'm ending now, because apparently my reading comprehension has fallen apart. Because, you know, that's wonderful. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. We will, like I said, be back tomorrow to finish Resident Evil. There are going to be some changes coming up soon, by the by, because I'm not giving up on my Live 2D model, but I'm stepping back from working on Live 2D. I'll be going back to a PNG for a bit, so I don't rush the rebuild of the Live 2D model, which is what happened to this one. That's why it's still kind of scuffed, is I rushed it to try to get a Live 2D model up and running. And there's a lot of things I want to do that would be a lot easier to do with a PNG. So, we'll play around with that, we'll figure some stuff out, and as time goes on, we will work back around to Live 2D, and potentially even 3D, depending on if I ever finish learning Blender. We'll see. But either way, I'm not going to keep rambling on. Be good to Viv, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.